Sen bärini çıkara bereyim bak.
Aha bärini çıkarıp özgürlüğünüz. Жұмыстарды таныстырсаңыздар болады, бірінші балаларыңыз.
Иә. Черновой парақтар жоқ па сізде? Өтініш.
Бар, қазір береміз. Ал түгел берді, хабар етеміз. Biz sizlarga ovozingiz uchun mana shunday baholarni бала жарасаңыздар.
Осыдан кейін бұлар тест өтеме дайын болу үшін.
Аха, бірінші, екінші орын алғанның үшеуде, бірінші, үшінші орынға республикаға кетеді, бірақ алдыңға тест болады. Сол тесттен өткендер келіп алғандарды. Балаларға түсіндірме жұмысын жүргіземіз, сіздер жұмысқа келгенде. Балалар бәріміз қажетсіздер түсінеміз, иә? Қазір бастаймыз. Бұл кісілер өздері тізім бойынша шақырады сіздерді. Егер де қобалжып айта алмай тұрсаңыздар, бір орын сіздерден кейінгі бала шыға береді, айтасыздар, аха. Енді кішкене дайындап отырайын, менен кейінгі бала шыға береді деп ұялмай айта беріңіз. Сыртқа шыққыларыңыз келсе, маған айтасыздар, мен сіздерді бір жерге кезекшіге қосып жіберемін. Ол кісілер сіздер қай жерге баратындарыңызды бақытта жүреді, жарай ма? Тағы да айта кететін жар, сағат 1-де үзіліс жасаймыз. Барлықтарыңыз тамақтанып алсаңыздар болады. Егер де сол уақытқа дейін жұмыс әлі бітпесе, мүмкін сіздердің айтатын заттарыңыз жылдамырақ болып, бітіп қалатын болса, түске күн бітіп қалмаса. Бітпеген жағдайда 1-де үзіліс жасап, сіздер де әлдеқазы алқасында сыртқа шығып тамақтанып келеді. Жарты сағат 45 минут береміз, жарай ма? Одан кейін келіп, қайтадан жұмысымызды жалғастырамыз. Барлық аяқталғанда сіздер шығып, жетекшілеріңіз жәндеріне барасыздар, жұмысты шешіп қалсақ, барлық марапатта осы жерде болады. Қайтадан осы кабинетке келесіздер. Түсінікті балалар, иә? Сыртқа шығып, су ішіп келемін, сыртқа басқа да жұмыстармен шығып келемін десеңіздер, енді белгілі себептермен. Бұда айтып шығып келуге болады, жарай ма? Егер де балалар тағы бір айтатындай, мысалы, сіз шығып жұмысыңызды қорғап қойдыңыз, иә? Одан кейін барып, сыртқа шығып кете беремін десеңіздер, өз еріктеріңіз. Бірақ коридорда ары бері жүрмей, жетекшілеріңіз және барып отырасыздар. Жоқ, мен басқа да балалардың жұмысын тыңдаймын десеңіздер, қала берсеңіздер де өз еріктеріңіз, жарай ма? Телефонда үнсіздікке қойдыңыздар ғой, иә? Бір-бірлеріңізге кедергі етпеңіз.
Келісім берілмейді. Негізін керек емес пе?
Жоқ, келісім. Неге келісім сұрап?
Ютубта келісім.
Жоқ. Келеміз.
Городской болсын.
Қосылып тұр екен ғой.
Оқушылар түгел. Онда мәселесі болды.
Sıra. Ал сәттілік балалар барып өздерің шақырасыздар ма?
Ғани Олжан бірінші, иә? Бір адам тоғыз белгілі мыналар ма? Ирина жағдай. Бастаймыз, иә?
Аха, бастаймыз.
Ғани Олжан. Бар ма?
Good morning, dear guests. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ghani Uljan. I'm 11th grade student at the school gymnasium of Kipar, Baizak region. And the topic of my project is American English and Britain English, difference and comparison. Before I chose the topic of my study, I had a question: what is important in learning English for modern society? And the topicality is determined by the significance of the two versions of the English in modern society. And after choosing. Having decided of my topic, I continued my work based on scientific method. Scientific method consists of 5 parts. The aim of the study is to study, analyze, compare the main differences, similarities, and peculiarities of the British and American English. The tasks of the study is conduct literature analysis, determine the causes and emergence of stage of versions of English, and the scientific method consists of 5 parts. The first is question. The question of my study is what version of English should we learn, and the next stage is research. The next stage is research. I studied both English and both American and British authors, authors such as John Rowling and Stephen King. And the original history of American English and British English were studied too. Also, I explored the internet sites as nativeEnglish.ru and onestopEnglish.com. I have also explored scientific articles of by linguists such as Matushenkov, Arakin, and Schweider. Based on my study of all materials, I determined the dissimilarities in grammar. The main dissimilarities in grammar is in tenses and forms of verbs. And the next dissimilarities are in spelling. The best example of this is the words that ends with OR. However, in British English speakers write these words with OUR. And vocabulary, but English and written versions, but Britain and American English have the words that have same meaning, but they have different spellings. And the last one is punctuation. The next stage of this scientific method is experiment. To do this, I spent questionnaire survey with my classmates. The survey based on popular or famous bloggers specializing in learning languages, and the analysis of this experiment are the next questions were asked by me. The first question is, which blogger speech could you understand? The 40% of the students answered that the British blogger's speech was understandable, and only 60% of students choose the American blogger. The next question is, which blogger did you notice grammatical similarity in the manner of speech? The 60% of students choose the American blogger. The percentage of students that choose British blogger was under 60%, and only 10% of students find it difficult to answer. This third question: what personal words of blogger are unfamiliar to you? The percentage of the British bloggers, students who choose the British blogger was 60%, and those who choose American blogger were higher than 40%, and only 10% could not answer this question. The first question is, what style of blogger speech is close to you? Almost 30 students answered that American blogger speech is close to them, and only 10 students thought that British blogger speech is close to them. What of them? What is the manner of these bloggers is close to you? The 60% of students answered that the British bloggers' speech is close to them, and only 30% of them choose American blogger. And also, I have an interview with a native English speaker. His name is Evan Allen. He's from New York State. He has studied international law in New York City, and he studied international law in New York City. Now he is in Jungle region under the Fulbright program, and teach at the Tara State University. I got answers to the questions that interested me, and according to the native speaker's opinion, it doesn't matter which version of English you study, because wherever you go, every Anglophone can understand you, and respectively, you can understand them too. Summing up the results, I got the answer for my first question, and the answer is there is no big difference of which version you learn, because native speakers of both Britain and American English understand each other perfectly, which means that they are able to understand it too. However, in my personal opinion, I prefer to learn classical British English. The classic version of this English is more valued in business institutions and international conferences and at universities all over the world. And also it is more specific, region needs. It is important to those like me who desires to study abroad.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Tell me please, what sources have you used in your work?
As I said before, I used internet sources, internet sites, and works and articles of linguists as linguists. Their authors are Matijanko, Abakine, and Schweider.
Do you use dictionaries?
Yes, I use Oxford Dictionary of Russian and English.
What is the practical value of your research work?
This is the question.
What is the practical value?
The practical value is to analyze, to do the questionnaire survey among the students of my age and determine if they understand more British English or American English.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
келесі бізде әлібек жайына так мына жерде сансызбай айдарған жұмысын сансызбай екеуі бірге ма? Сөз.
Алимбек Жайан, следующее. Пожалуйста, минут 7 выступления, да, и пару минут на вопросы, да?
Регламент сақтаймыз.
Ушла айтқан кезде мобильдегі майтастығы видеоға көрсетілу керексіздер, мобильный шықсаңыздар видео көрсетілмей қалады. На видеоде ғана көрсетесіздер.
Hello everyone, my name is Shana and now I'm in ninth grade. And today my topic is about the differences between American and British English. Why did I choose this topic is because I noticed that people use these two languages differently and I saw which one would be convenient to use and to learn. The aim of this project is give the analysis of grammatical, phonetical, spelling, and lexical differences between the languages. And the object is about the varieties of English. And subject is about the differences between the two languages, American and British English. And my project has 6 parts. In introduction, I will talk about the topic, the aim, the subject, and the object. And in theoretical part, there will be an English background about its development. And in practical part, we will find the differences between American and British English. And in conclusion, there will be results in bibliography. There will be some list of examples, and in appendix there will be some examples about the differences between these languages. Next page. So, English is a common language, spoken by a billion people and using it for different purposes like traveling and communicating. And my main purpose is of learning English is to go abroad and study there. So English has a lot of differences with written and spoken forms and a lot of varieties. So let me tell you about the background about the English. The English has three tenses in history. First one is when cultures mixed and there was an old English. And the second one is Middle English with adding some French words. And the third one is early New English. There is Shakespeare's writing about to be or not to be. And the last one was New English. It's connected with vocabulary. And the English group are in 5th century when the different cultures mixed, and there was an old English. And the second is sorry. The different cultures, I mean by the Saxons, these kind of cultures.
Okay, could you go to the practical part?
So we have a lot of varieties of English. Canadian English, West African English, South African English, South Asian English, Singapore Malaysian English, English in Australia and New Zealand, British English, and American English. Canadian English is a mix of British and American English, and it has his own features. And the standard English is a language that is mostly used in Britain. And English, American English have divided to 3 parts. American English has given a lot of new words, new phrases, new meanings, and then
Bana telefonda biz uçunu almayız.
and some people borrow lots of words from English or from American English. So there is a lot of varieties, and I want to introduce differences in the lexicon of this language. So in American, we can see when we are doing papers a word last name. It's actually like our grandpa's name. And so in British, it's called surname, and the most common word is pants. We use this word in America. And the British form of this word is trousers. And grammatical unusual features of American and British English is in British we use have got. So in British people prefer to use have got in their sentence, but in America people don't need that. So for example, she has got a nice car. But in America, we can say just she has a car. Preposition before the days. In British, actually, people use preposition before the days, and American people mostly don't use preposition. For example, the new museum will be open from Tuesday. It's a British form, and the American form is the new museum will be open starting Tuesday.
Go on.
Present perfect. When British people saying about their actions, they usually use present perfect. But at the time, Americans prefer mostly use just past simple. For example, I have broken my arm. It's a British form, and the American form is I just broke my arm. Differences of spelling in American and British English is the words with same meaning, but it's like different words. For example, color. In British we add OUR, and but in American we don't have nothing. And pronunciation differences in American and British English. British English is mostly sounds loud, but in America it sounds softly. So, for example, a word dance is a British form, and dance it's American.
Go to the conclusion, please.
So there is a lot of differences between American and British English. About grammar, about vocabulary, about pronunciation, and etc.
So, which variant do you like and why?
I mostly like American English because it sounds really cool, and I'm learning it now.
What is the aim of the search for did you achieve it?
I think yes, I achieved it. The aim of this experiment was to give some analysis about grammar, about lexicon, about words. So I think yes, I achieved that.
Okay, so what can you say about scientific knowledge and research work?
Can you repeat?
Scientific knowledge. Ғылыми жаңалығымыз. Thank you. You can-
Simple method.
Келесі Арстанова и Айбас Назерке.
Арстанов. Жанерке.
Жеті он. Арстанова Жанерке шығамыз. Айбас дайындалып отырамыз.
Шығып кеткен қызға келесі командный жұмыс шыға берсін.
Айбас Назерке, Сансызбай Айдан.
Good day, teachers and students. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Aybas Nazirke. I'm a Madison Bay. The theme of our project work is impact of phrasing verbs in learning English. Education. Phrasal verbs are an almost countless group of verbs that combine with various prepositions or short as verbs. Phrasal verbs are especially common in spoken English, but while learning English, many have difficulties in mastering them. The fact that they are able to quickly and unexpectedly change their variants, and there are a lot of them. Phrasal verbs are an integral part of the English language, and it can be said that this is a studied area in English linguistics. As a result, problems often when translating. Therefore, we consider this topic relevant. Take any book in English, newspaper, magazine, movie, song, etc., and you will certainly encounter phrasal verbs. Statistically, the native speaker's speech consists of phrasal verbs by 40%, and this is almost half. This project highlights issues related to the concept of phrasal verbs, discusses various approaches to their classification, the difficulties that arise in the process of studying and using English, and suggests ways to overcome them. Next.
The purpose of this work is a comprehensive description of the characteristic features of phrasal verbs in English and the creation of dictionary found in textbooks and the internet sources. In accordance with the purpose of this work, the following tasks are set. The first, define the term phrasal verb. Second, analyze the educational literature, identify cases of using phrasal verb. Third, determine the ways of formation of phrasal verb. Fourth, make a dictionary of phrasal verbs. Next.
The meaning of some verbs is obvious, since it is easily understood by the meaning of its constituent elements. Wake up, to get up, get out, to take out, stand up, to get up, sit down, to sit down. Next, please.
Other phrasal verbs are idiomatic expressions specific to this language. Their meaning does not follow from the meaning and considered analytically, and they just need to be remembered as independent verbs. For example, set up. Orange, organize, substitute, let someone down. Please next.
As many as language, phrasological units are very important and valuable component in English. There is also a classification of phrasological units. They are divided into three types. First, phrasological units. Second, phrasological splices. Third, phrasological combinations.
Characteristic features of phrasological combinations. First, one of the components is acceptable in them. A bosom friend is a bosom friend. A bosom buddy is a bosom buddy. Second, synonyms replacement of the core word is possible. A pitched battle is a fierce fight. A fierce battle is a fierce fight. Third, it's possible to include the definitions. He from his thick eyebrows. He from thick eyebrows. Permutation of components is acceptable. A specifying liver is this password. A liver is this password. Fifth, free use of one of the components is and related use is mandatory in other. A bosom friend is a bosom friend. A bosom friend cannot be enemy or anyone else.
After conducting the survey, we found that the main sources of knowledge are general education institutions, school lessons, additional knowledge, libraries, books, internet, and etc. Society, assembly, herd, parents, events, friends, and etc. Next, please.
How to learn to separate verbs. Step 1 is to make sure that the verb translates. Step 2, look at the extension. If it is very long, it's better to leave as everything it is. Step 3, further sophisticated, is to pay attention to the meaning and the connotation of the verb. Next.
We conducted our own study of phrasal verbs, which took place in several stages. Stage 1, after interviewing 40 respondents in grade 8A 12 people, in grade 8B 16 people, in grade 8C 12 people, we found out that phrasal verbs are used according to respondents in order to first enrich speech 70%, second show the level of language proficiency 12%, third introduce lexical diversity into speech 18%. Answer the question whether it is important to study phrasal verbs. Verbs. Almost all respondents answered that this is a very important aspect of the language, 87%. Some of them answered that it is necessary to do it, 11%. And only a few answered that it is a waste of time, since phrasal verbs are impossible to remember, 2%. Next, please.
Stage 2. At the second stage is statistical analysis of the occurrence of phrasal verbs in the English language. on the matters of English songs. We analyzed favorite songs of modern English and American pop. First, Daft Punk feat for Melodies Get Lucky, Lord Royals, Vampire Weekend Hannah Khan, Daft Punk feat for Melodies, Arctic Monkeys, Do I Wanna Know, Arctic Fire, Reflector, and others. On the basis of which we concluded of phrasal verbs, that's very common. It's in English language.
Next, please. Stage 3. As the third stage of our research working with dictionaries, it was revealed that many phrasal verbs are marked slang in the dictionary. Belong to probably colloquial words with a rock, but with a more emotional coloring. Next, please.
To achieve this goal, various methods of analysis will be used. Firstly, a semantic analysis of the phrasal verbs will be carried out, which will allow determining the main meanings and the properties of verbs and nouns in this construction. Secondly, a syntactic analysis will be carried out to identify grammatical relations between verbs and the nouns in phrasal verbs. Next.
Prospects of research and the application of the properties of phrasal verbs in language teaching. Firstly, knowledge of phrasal verbs enriches lexical stock and contributes to a more accurate and free expression of thoughts and ideas. Secondly, the use of phrasal verbs helps to avoid ambiguity and misunderstanding in communication. Thirdly, mastering the skills of using phrasal verbs significantly increases the level of language proficiency and contributes to its deeper development. Next, please.
Conclusion. In the process of working on the project, analytical work was carried out, namely the proposed methods for preparing for the United States exam for high school students containing information about phrasal verbs. And as a result, phrasal verbs are it's the most frequently used phrasal verbs and the effective ways of studying and then were proposed. Based on the work we performed, following conclusions can be drawn. First, phrasal verbs are very widely used in English speech, oral, written, official, and unofficial. Second, phrasal verbs are specific features of English language. Thanks.
Okay, what methods did you use in the investigation?
This project highlights issues related to the concept of phrasal verbs, discusses various approaches to their classification, the difficulties that arise in the process of the study and using English, and suggests ways to overcome them.
No, speak about methods that you used in your research. Methods. Methods.
So what can you say about theoretical value of your research work?
Can you say loud, please?
Theoretical value of your work. Tell about this.
We conducted our own study of phrasal verbs with phrase in several stages and others. And we conducted statistical correspondence.
Thank you.
Kelesi Aslanova geldi mi? Aşağı olmuş.
Good morning, dear listeners. My name is Astana Jenny and I'm from Charleston region. Today, I would like to tell you about my scientific work called Peculiarities of Use of Homonyms in English language. Maybe you think, what is homonyms? Homonyms is one or two more words with the same spelling or pronunciation but with different meanings. For example, the word can has two meanings. First is can это банка Coca-Cola, can это модальный платок. My scientific work consists three major parts. First is introduction, where I want to say about theoretical value and the practical value of this work. Second is main part, which has chapter 1, the theoretical aspects of the research, and second, the interrelation between homony and semantic words. And third is conclusion. The aim of this scientific work is to properly investigate the sphere of homonyms, to define them by their classification, source, origins, and so on. Because there are lots of homonyms that are sure to make possible and portray their work. The main task of the scientific work to study, analyze, and sum up all the possible changes happened in the study branch of linguistics for the past 50 years. Second, to teach the problem of homonyms to young English learners. Third, to demonstrate the dimensions of the problem for those who want to brush up their English. The actuality of the scientific work was by several important points. It must be said that appearance of new homonymic meanings is one of the main trends in English, especially in its colorful layer, which at a high degree is supported by development of modern informational technologies and simplifications. So the theoretical value of the scientific work are studying of homonyms is one of the developing branch in lexicology nowadays. Second, homonyms reflect the general trend of simplification of language. Third, is homonymic meanings of words are closely connected with the development of modern informational technologies. The practical value of the scientific work can be concluded in the following items. The work will serve as a good source of learning English for themselves. The lexicologists would find a lot of interesting information for themselves. Third, those who would like to communicate with the English-speaking people through the internet will find new words and common terms in this scientific work. The novelty of this scientific work is concluded in including the new common meanings of words appearing during for the last 10 years by means of development and applying of the internet technologies. Let's start our main part. Chapter 1. First is the phonetic consonants and the semantic difference of phonemes. Words identical in some form but different in meaning are traditionally termed homonymous. Modern English is exceptionally rich in homonymous words and word forms. It helps that language where short words about have more homonymous than those where long words are developed. Therefore, it sometimes suggested abundance of homonyms in English is to be accounted for by the monosyllabic structure of the commonly used English words. Classification of homonyms. Homonyms has several parts. First is heterograph. It is a different spelling and meaning. For example, 2. It's against for homophone, which is the same pronunciation but different meaning. Homograph, same spelling but different meaning. It is against to heteronym, different sound and meaning. For example, dessert is a leaf, dessert is a region. Lexical and grammatical homonyms. I prepared several exercises with my teacher. Listen to the sentence and raise your hand when you hear a word to in the practical or in the meaning of position. I'm a schoolboy and my friend is a schoolboy too. My sister can neither read or write. She is too young. Put on a warm jacket. Listen to the sentence and raise your hands when you hear a word square in the meaning of portion. There is a beautiful square in our town. Is a box square or round? Are there many of you squares in the city? And etc. Next. Chapter 2. The interrelation between homonymy and polysemantic words. Homonyms is also is closely connected with the characteristic feature of the English language as a phonetic unity of word itself. It's very obvious that the frequency of word snacks in some inverse relationship to length, the monosyllabic words will be the most frequent. Moreover, as the most frequent words are also highly polysemantic, it's only natural that they develop meaning in some inverse relationship to length. The monosyllabic words will be the most frequent. Moreover, as the most frequent words are also highly polysemantic. A phenomenon is known as disintegration of speech or homonymy. Polysemy and homonymy. Homonymy and polysemy are different categories. In polysemy, we deal with a different meaning, but meaning of the same word. In homonymy, we have different words which have the same meanings. For example, the word man has 10 meanings. First, it's man – это мужчина, мужественный человек, адвокат, человечество, муж, вассал, пешка, рабочие, слуга и так далее. Conclusion. In conclusion, I want to say, having analyzed the problem of homonyms in English, we put the following conclusions. First is the problem of homonyms in modern English is very actual nowadays. There are several problematic questions in the field of homonyms. The matter of each in the problem of distinguishing of homonyms and polysemantic words. Third is the problem of homonymy is still waiting their solution nowadays too. It also must be said that the appearance of whereas distinction between polysemy and homonymy is relevant and important for lexicography, it's not relevant for the practice of either human or machine translation. The reason for this is that different variants of a polysemantic word are not less conditioned by context and lexical homonyms. In both cases, the identification of the necessary meaning is based on the corresponding distributions that can signal and must be present in the memory either of the people or the machine. Having said about the perspective of the work, we hope that this work will find its worthy place of applying at school, research, and college of higher education by both teachers and students. Let us also hope that this joint paper will take its worthy place among the lexicography works dedicated to the types of shortening. Thanks.
What is the hypothesis of your research?
What
is the hypothesis?
Hypothesis. Sorry, what is the hypothesis?
Hypothesis.
Okay, next question. Where was the experiment conducted of your research work?
Experiment conducted. I work with my classmates, which I show my practical works. This exercise was working in English lesson.
What kind of method do you use in your research work?
What kind of methods?
Thank you so much.
Next. Медиа кызбек. Онда тема жанры шығасыз ба?
Саламатсыздар ма? Менің есімім Якеев Қазыбек. Талас ауданындағы Қазақ мектеп лицейінің 9-шы сынып оқушысымын. My project topic is the impact of social networks on learning English language. Project proposed: show the advantages of the social networks on learning English language and find out why online learning is more effective and easier. And project objectives. First, collect the actual research information by sampling open sources from social networks to compile a mini dictionary. Second, identify the reasons of use English words by teenagers in their communication every day. And third, to identify the influence of social networks in everyday speech of the adolescents. Next. Project hypothesis. Social networks are a powerful contribution to the involvement of the students because you can see that this is a very useful tool for learning English so you can get new experiences and enjoy your time. Today, learning English involves much more than taking textbooks, applying things in practice, and today a lot of people use social networks in the means of communication in their free time. And let's take a look at most popular social networks to improve your English language skills. First social network, which we are going to talk about. Next slide, please. Twitter. Twitter is a social network that requires the precision of expression. Why is that? Because every tweet or post you can make in your wall is available just for 140 characters. As in writing poetry, you have to choose best words to communicate with your audience, and you will improve your writing skills by sharing about your life and your progress with your audience. Next social network is Facebook. Facebook is a social network where users can make their own profiles and add other users as their friends. And you can share in your wall with music, photo, videos, and you can join groups to improve your different language skills. Next social network is Skype. Skype is a social network where you can make video calls and audio calls over the internet. When it comes to improving your English, this social network make you speak, and you will improve your listening and speaking skills. If you have a tutor, you can talk with your tutor every day and improve your listening and speaking skills. Next social network is YouTube. YouTube is a video sharing site where users make videos, watch videos, and share with videos. YouTube mostly helps you to improve your listening skills. And if you cannot understand what are they talking about in the video, you can turn on subtitles. I recommend you to turn on English subtitles if you're watching English videos. Why is that? Because when you watch English videos, for example, with Russian subtitles, you get information in Russian because you read in Russian. But if you will read English text when you're watching English videos, you will get actually clear information in English. If you feel particularly brave, you can make your own channel and share with your life, with your audience. Now, I will show you how my 2-year-old sister just knows how to count from 1 to 10 because of the YouTube. Video. Look. Okay. You can show next video where she counts from 1 to 10. Yes. By watching videos, my sister's ears are accustomed to English language, and by illustrations, she understands what are they talking about in the videos, and she knows how to count from 1 to 10 in early ages in her life. Next slide, please. And I've made a questionnaire in my school between teachers and students. 92 students took a part, and 13 teachers answered to our questions. on average, 8 participants from 10 answered to our questions positively, and I can show you the results and interpretation. First question was, have you ever used social networks to improve your English language? And most participants answered yes. And second question was, do social networks have a good effect on learning English language? And there too, a lot of participants answered yes. Next slide. The novelty of the project. This study was chosen due to the fact that increasing number of teenagers and people are getting used to using social networks in their free time to communicate. And based on this fact, I opened my own YouTube channel where I share with my knowledge about advantages and benefits of different social networks on learning different language skills. In my project, I talked about main social networks, but in my channel, I talk about different social networks and applications. And if you will follow my channel, you can choose social network to improve your language skills by your taste. My YouTube channel called Skillshare. Next slide. And conclusion. The conclusion of the study can serve as a proof that social networks have a good effect to learn English language. Different social networks help us to improve different language skills, and by social networks we can make our English skills better and better. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, answer please. Do you conduct your YouTube channel in English or
In English.
in English?
Can you remind to us about your hypothesis, research hypothesis?
Social networks are a powerful contribution to the involvement of students because you can see that this is a very useful tool for learning English, and so you can get new experiences and enjoy your time with good community in different social networks.
What methods did you use?
References?
Methods. What methods did you use? Methods.
I can get what you're talking about.
Methods. Different.
Methods. I use methods. My aim idea to show people that everybody can learn English by their own strengths and knowledge about social networks, and they don't need a special tutor or a repetitor to improve English, and this is not necessary.
Was the hypothesis justified? Your hypothesis, research hypothesis, justified?
Was your research hypothesis justified? Польза подтвердилась ваша?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Тема жанра серии.
Сіздің құрметті қазір қатысушылар, мен Теміржан Әсел, бүгін сіздерге өзімнің ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздер атты ғылыми жобамды қорғап шығатын боламын. Жалпы келесі слайд. Жалпы сіздерге кіріспе таныстырып болсам, ағылшын тілі ең көп таралған және кептелген қолданыстағы ең танымал тіл десек те болады. Және дегенмен біз ағылшын тілін үйрену барысында көптеген оның құрамындағы сөздерге мән бермейміз. Бірақ та оның құрамында көптеген кірме сөздер бар. Мысалға, жалпы келесі, дәл осы менің ғылыми жобам кірме сөздерге негізделгендіктен болғандықтан, бұл жерде менің мақсатым ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздердің мағынасын, шығу тарихын, олардың тілдік құрылымға әсерін анықтау. Дәл осы мақсатымды орындау үшін келесі, мен өзімнің міндеттерімді 4 дескрипторға бөліп қойдым. Алғашқы, яғни мен жаңағы ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздермен, олардың шығу тегімен танысып, екіншісі олардың лексикалық және грамматикалық құрылымдағы олардың әсерін бағыттау, яғни бағалау, үшіншісі ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздердің практикалық қолданыстағы нәтижелеріне баға беру, төртінші, дәл осы ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздерге арналған оқушылар арасында сауалнама жүргізу болып табылады. Дәл осы міндеттерді орындау арқылы мен өз мақсатыма жететін
боламын. Дәл осы жерде кірме сөздер дегеніміз не деген сұраққа жауап берер болса, кірме сөздер дегеніміз басқа тілден алынып ағылшын тіліне енгізілген сөздер болып табылады. Яғни қазіргі таңда ағылшын тілі ең көп қолданыстағы ең кең танымал тіл болғандықтан, яғни көп адам дәл осы тілде сөйлейді. Осы жердегі ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздердің ағылшын тіліне деген пайдасы, маңызы, әсерін талдап етеді. Ең алғаш кірме сөздер ағылшын тілінің сөздік қорын кеңейтеді. Яғни кірме сөздер ағылшын тілінде мүлде болмаған жаңа тіркестерді, жаңа ұғымдарды бізге енгізіп беріп отыр. Яғни біз жаңа ұғымдарды білу арқылы біздің көзқарасымызды өзгертіп, жаңа технологиялар мен техника дамыған заманда бұл өте маңызды деп ойлаймын. Келесі бізде ол мәдени байытады. Яғни көптеген адамдарды, яғни кірме ағылшындарға, яғни ағылшын тілінде сөйлейтін адамдар үшін басқа елдердің, мемлекеттердің мәдениеттерімен танысу, дәстүрлерімен, әдет-ғұрыптарымен танысу арқылы бізде адамдар мәдени коммуникация процесі жүреді. Яғни басқа елдердің мәдениеттерімен біз тереңірек танысатын боламыз. Үшіншіден, коммуникацияны жасартады. Яғни коммуникация жасаған адам арасындағы қарым-қатынасты күшейтеді. Мысалы, қалай десеңіздер, көптеген ғылыми терминдер бізде грек тілінен алынған. Яғни мысалы биологияда кәдімгі биология сөзінің өзі, яғни биология сөзінің өзі бізде грек термині болып табылады. Яғни дәл осы біз ұғымды таным арқылы бүкіл әлемдегі ғалымдар, яғни бір ортақ негізге тұжырымдалады десек болады. Төртінші, экономикалық және әлеуметтік мәдени интеграция. Яғни кірме сөздер халықаралық және тіларалық қатынастарды күшейте отырып, экономика жағын дамытып отыр. Яғни жаһандық мәселелерді қозғау арқылы бізде кірме сөздер экономика саласына да өзінің әсерін тигізеді. Кірме сөздерге мысал ретінде барлығымыз кеңінен танымайтын, мысалы, ресторан сөзінің өзі француз тілінен алынған ресторан сөзінен шыққан болатын. Ал мысалы, телефон, қазіргі барлығымызда бар смартфон сөзінің өзі грек тілінен телефон деп енген болатын ағылшын сөзінен. Келесі. Ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздердің тарихына үңілер болсақ, ең алғашқы Германиядан шыққан түпкі тамыры. Барлығымыз білетіндей, ағылшын тілі Германияның тіл әлеуметтік құрамына жатады. Яғни ағылшын тілі ең бай тіл, сөздік қоры жағынан ең бай тіл болып табылғандықтан, ол көптеген тілдермен әрекеттеседі және көптеген тілдерден көптеген кірме сөздерді өзіне қабылдап отырады. Ең алғашқы дәл осы герман тілінен алғаш сөздерді қабылдаған болатын. Барлығымыз білетіндей викингтер, викингтер 8-11 ғасырларда Англиядан Скандинавия елдеріне көшіп келген уақытта өздерімен бірге Англияға көптеген скандинавиялық сөздерді бірге алып келді. Мысалы, телевизия сөзінің өзі, яғни винду сөзінің өзі викингтер Англияға өзінің кірме сөзін енгізген болатын. Екіншісі, яғни латын және грек тілдерінен алынған кірме сөздер. Орта ғасырда латын тілі ғылым және шіркеу тілі болып саналады. Мысалға, ол жерден көптеген, мысалы, biology, chemistry, химия, биология сөздері дәл осы латын тілінен енгізілген болатын. Үшінші, әртүрлі тарихи кезеңдердегі кірме сөздер. Яғни, бұл жердегі нормалды жауап алуды біз мысал ретінде ала аламыз. Мысалға, жаңа 5-ші ғасырларда Францияны бізде Англияның нормандықтар жауап алған сәтте бізде ағылшындықтардың, ақсүйектердің ең басты тілі француз тілі болды. Дәл осы сәтте ағылшын тілінен көптеген француз тілінен сөздер енген болады. Келесі. Осы жерде кірме сөздердің категорияларына тоқталып өтетін болсақ, дәл осы бізде француз тіліне жаңағы айтып өткендей өнерге, мәдениетке, аспаздық салаларына, мысалы, меню, бал деген, яғни өнерге, мәдениетке байланысты көптеген кірме сөздер енген болатын. Және келесі испания, италия тілдерінің кірме сөздер, мысалы, пиано, торнадо, яғни физикалық құбылыстар мен аспаптарға байланысты кірме сөздер енген болатын. Келесі бізде араб және басқа тілден алынған кірме сөздер. Дәл осы араб тілінен ағылшын тіліне математика, медицина, ғылым салаларына көптеген кірме сөздер енгізілді. Соның ішіндегі algebra, zero, яғни chemistry сөздері араб, осы химия сөздері араб тілінен енгізілген болатын. Дәл осы келесі ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздердің туралы білімі туралы біздің мектебімізде сауалнама жүргізген болатын. Екіншіден бастаңыз.
орысша айтып бере аласыз ба?
Жалпы бұл сауалнама жүзінде біз мектеп оқушыларынан ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздер туралы жалпы сол ұғыммен таныс па деген сұраққа жауап іздедік. Яғни біздің сауалнамамыздың нәтижесінде көптеген, яғни 50%-дан астамы сауалнама нәтижесінде кірме сөздермен бірден таныс емес екен. Яғни тіпті ағылшын тілін меңгеру үшін дәл осы кірме сөздер арқылы меңгеру ағылшын тілін меңгеруден өте жеңіл десе де, яғни меңгеру ағылшын тілін үйренуді бізге оңайырақ ұсынады. Яғни дәл осы бұл жердегі басты мақсатым қазіргі таңда көптеген жастар ағылшын тілін толыққанды меңгермеген. Яғни сол жастарға бір көмегім тисін деген мақсатта осы кірме сөздер тақырыбымен ары қарай тереңдете меңгеру арқылы жастарға осы ағылшын тілін жеңіл әрі тиімді меңгеруге көмектескім келді. Бірақ та осы сауалнама нәтижесі әрине өкінішті болды. Көптеген оқушылар дәл осы тақырыппен ұғыммен таныс болмағандықтан менің ойымша дәл осы салада тағы да жұмыс жасау қажет. Келесі слайдқа көше беріңіз. Орынға келсек, жалпы қазіргі таңда кірме сөздер дәл әрбір тілде маңызды рөл атқарады. Яғни жаңағы ағылшын тіліндегі кірме сөздер ағылшын тіліне бірге дамып, көптеген эволюциялық этаптардан бірге өткен болатын. Дәл осы сәтте келесі слайд. Кірме сөздер көптеген дәл осы ағылшын тілінде алтын көпір қызметін атқарып отыр. Өйткені қазіргі таңда көптеген өзгермелі шындыққа бейімделу ағылшын тілінің бейімделу қабілетін көрсете отырып, қазіргі ағылшын тілінің икемді және көпфункционалды қарым-қатынас құралы екендігін дәл осы кірме сөздер дәлелдеген болатын. Менің осымен сөзім тамам, назарларыңызға рахмет.
Рахмет үлкен. Сіздің зерттеу бағытыңыз бойынша кірме сөздер жайлы жиынтықтар жасадыңыз ба, құрастырдыңыз ба?
Құрастырған болатынмын, бірақ та қазіргі таңда
көрсете аласыз ба бізге? Методичка ретінде шығарып алып келдіңіз ба? Брошюра ретінде алып келдіңіз ба?
Мен электронды түрде алып кеткен болатын, бірақ та флешканы техникалық байланысты көрсете алмадым.
Жарайды, сөзбен айтып шығыңыз.
Француз тілінен ең базалық сөздер балет, телефон, алгоритм, hamburger, chemistry, psychology, biology, algebra, zero деген сөздер базалық сөздерді негізген болатын өзім.
Сіз ол жиынтықты тақырып бойынша қойдыңыз ба, или барлығы аралас па?
Жаңағы категория бойынша бөлінді. Жаңағы 3 категорияға бөлінді ғой. Француз, араб, латын, дәл осы категория бойынша жасадым.
Келесі сұрақ. Сізде бұл жұмыстың қойылатын міндеттері жайлы кірме сөздерді шығу тарихы мен шығуын зерттеу депсіз. Қандай жұмыстар атқарылды?
Көптеген жаңағы ескі сөздіктерді, яғни кірме сөздер атты бір кітапты тауып арқылы соны тарихты білдім. Өйткені қазір ғаламторда бұл жаңағы француз тілінен, араб тілінен кетпесең көптеген сөздер болады. Ол туралы ақпарат мүлдем таппадым. Маған қызық болды шығу тарихы қайдан шықты, қайдан дәл осы сөздер ағылшын тіліне енді. Яғни көптеген ежелгі бұрынғы кітаптардан дәл осы ақпараттарды ала алдым.
Рахмет. Келесі Амангелді Жанерке.
Good morning, dear students and jury. I'm Amangeli Janerke, a student of 9th grade of 101st Junior Doctor and 100th. In my research,
трансляция мәдени жетекшілер көріп отыр да, олар басқаша түсінуі мүмкін да. Біз түсініп тұрмыз. Жаңа бала шықты ғой.
the topic of my research papers that I'm defending today is a cognizant approach of mind mapping in learning language learning. And relevance vocabulary is essential to the teaching and learning of foreign language. Because without sufficient vocabulary, students cannot understand others or express their own ideas, opinions, and creativity. However, memorizing new vocabulary has always been a difficult task for learners, and my project is a mind map which helps students memorize and expand their vocabulary more easily and quickly. And also, the purpose of this work show that the method of constructing is effective when working with grammatical and lexical materials, and also help to make the learning process more fruitful, interesting, and entertaining. And also, research objectives analyze pedagogical literature on the research topic and develop and implement the use of mind map method when studying lexical and grammatical materials in learning in language lessons. Introduction about the role of vocabulary in learning a foreign language. The famous English linguist D.A. Wilkie states, without grammar, very little can be said. Without words, nothing can be said. Thus, when learning any foreign language, special preference should be given to the lexical aspects. And the problem of developing lexical skills is one of the most important problems. But there are several effective methods that help students learn new vocabulary words. And one of them is the mind map method. There are many translation options for the term mind map in the specialized literature and on the internet. But the most common translations are mind map, memory map, soul map, and mental map. And let's move to the history of this. Let's move closer to the history of this method. Mind map was proposed by the American scientist Tony Newton in 60s and 70s of the 20th century. This success lies in the fact that all ideas that are associated with certain concepts are written down in special form, and each idea must be expressed in one word or in one phrase in separate line. And also, as Tony Newton writes in his book User Heads, mind mapping is based on the human brain, and he believed that a person uses his brain effectively, only 5% of the brain, and decided to propose a way to increase this efficiency. And also here you can see apps that help to create and made up this method. For example, there iMindMap, MindNote, MindTester, Google, Mind Manager, and XMind. And also my mind map. The picture below shows a mental map on the grammar forms as reported speech. Reported speech is difficult, and students are often confused why the tense change and what they mean. Here's a simplified representation of the mind map on this topic. And the first and the part of the first level that includes the following categories like past, present, and future and modal verbs, and other examples. And some examples are this, that, yesterday, the day before, and also here, there, tomorrow, the next day. And with the schemes, learning even the most difficult grammar like reported speech is made easier because everything is right in front of you. And also, students also have created mind map on speaking topic, describe a topic you are familiar with. Here you can see the first image demonstrates how to create questions and provide detailed visual instructions using the mind map. First of all, students should answer to the questions such as first, what is it and where it goes. Second, how you become familiar with it, and third, what do you like or dislike about it, and fourth, and explain why it's important for your country. And in this topic, I've chosen below tomatoes, and the word of tomatoes is demonstrated in the center, and other seven subcategories like its looks and usage, taste, I eat, and the garden and my experiences are my guides over my speech. And also, many students struggle with organizing their thoughts and ideas from writing a step. And how can mind map help with this issue? For students, writing essay is an essential skill, and structuring ideas and thoughts is a common struggle. And this problem solved by mind map, which offer a flexible structure and visual framework for organizing ideas. And in the end, they're able to produce the essay that are more successful and here by helping other students in overcoming obstacles with clarity, confused ideas, and so on. Here's a sample of mind map and useful pre-writing strategy for an opinion essay. Identify the task or problem that needs to be solved. For example, all students constantly confuse articles in English and want to finally remember them. Articles are our key topic in the part that put in the center. Then articles are classified in definite and indefinite. We selected this map. And it would be nice to add examples for each point. You can use text, but it's better to choose pictures. Also, the use of a questionnaire was necessary to review the success of mind mapping in research, and also which would provide demonstrating and practical data. And the students of maths and grades to coordinate overall 25 students. And here you can see percent of their answer. For example, for the first question, effectiveness of mind mapping in language learning, the 4% of the students said no, and the 96% of the students said yes. And the second question is going to continue using mind mapping in your language learning efforts. And here you can see that 45% of the students say likely, and 55% of the students say very likely. Some of the questionnaire aimed at assess the effectiveness of using mind maps in various educational and cognitive contexts has produced overwhelmingly positive results. The responses from participants consistently point towards the significant benefits and of the integrating mind mapping into their learning and problem-solving processes. In conclusion, I have found the use of mind mapping in language learning to be highly beneficial. And also, this visual and organized approach has significantly improved my language learning process. And it has enhanced mine and students' memory retention, grammar rules, and cultural nuances, making it easier to make them to apply and to recall and apply them in real life situations. In addition, mind maps have allowed me to organize complex language components effectively, offering a clear structure that aids in my understanding and retention of the language. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, you mentioned in your scientific note about formation of linguistic and communicative competence according to the mind map method. Can you show us formative form of linguistic and communicative competence, please?
Can you repeat the question?
Linguistic and communicative competence you mentioned in your scientific novel. What is this?
Use of mind maps as an alternative way of processing information will help in learning English and developing general educational skills related to the perception, processing, and exchange of information.
Okay, so next question. What is the cognitive approach?
Cognitive approach is a powerful tool that helps students learn vocabulary words more easily and quickly. It has, in order to enhance their memory retention, and develop their memorization and expanding their vocabulary. Expanding their vocabulary.
Any questions?
Can you use my and having technique while preparing this question?
Yes, during this research paper, I created together with my class 20 pieces of maps, and but I showed here four example of maps, and how I said, I've created 20 pieces of maps and on various topics of 9th and 8th grade, and would like to publish them on educational platforms, and also provide the voice of students and teachers, to this show this as a manual.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sudah.
Dayındalığımız sırada sınırladık Albino.
Good morning, dear children. I'm a student of 9th grade of gymnasium number 1, named after Ilhan Kihan. The theme of my research work is the effectiveness of using coefficient while studying English language in high school. Case study gymnasium number 1, named after Ilhan Kihan. It is an obvious fact that the sphere of education is one of the most appropriate ways to promote English language. In order to be competitive, it is extremely necessary to be able to put into practice knowledge gained at school, not only in your native language but also in English. Evidently, as people in our country are bilingual and even multilingual, code switching can play an enormous role in language learning. The relevance of the research work is in the fact that students have different levels of language competence, which does not allow them to assimilate the material in full way. That is why an integral part of such lessons can be code switching. It seems to be an alternative way in teaching and learning English to promote the better understanding. The aim of the given work is in determination of the effectiveness of code switching while studying English in high school. To achieve the aim, we should fulfill the following goals. To observe the opinion of Kazakhstan and foreign linguist teachers about the problem of code switching in the educational process, to determine the frequency and reasons for code switching among students by means of research survey, to analyze the effective code switching cases while observing a series of English lessons. According to the hypothesis, code switching can be an effective means for mastering the material. The novelty of this work is in the fact that there is a large amount of research in the field of code switching in society, which confirms that this phenomenon is quite widespread. However, it is not entirely clear how effective code switching is. The theoretical part was aimed at reviewing and analyzing the literature and scientific articles of code switching in the field of education. During it became obvious that most researchers consider switching to their native language inevitable and useful. Due to the works of Kazakhstani and foreign linguists, Aner, Tungul, Makarov, Shifman, Aldebergenova, Akhundjanova, and many others, code switching is used as a strategy for a better understanding of the target language, creates a favorable climate in the classroom, and ensures a smooth flow of the educational process. The practical part displays the results of independent research, the analysis of the student survey, a review of number of English lessons in 9th, 10th, and 11th grades, and extracting the effective code switching cases. To fulfill the survey, students could choose both languages, English and Russian, for better understanding of the statements. In this way, 23 respondents chose English and 71 chose Russian. The results of the survey made it evident that code switching can be successfully employed for various learning functions. Out of a total of 40 respondents, 69% showed the teacher used code switching while explaining grammatical rules. 68% agreed that the strategy was least used when the teacher issued instructions to the learners. 65% confirmed that the strategy was least used when 68% of the learners showed they enjoyed teachers' code switch. 52% admitted that their teacher's strategy made it easy for them to acquire English and in feeling less lost during the lesson. Thus, code switching helps students positively. To observe the cases in practice, we have visited two 9th grade English lessons, two English lessons at the 10th grade, and one lesson at 11th. During the observation, it was revealed that code switching, that the native language was used selectively and aroused in situations of increased speech complexity. Here you can see the example of dialogues between students and teachers that we have transcribed. Students often use native language to discuss some organizational questions that are not connected to the topic of the lesson. These cases were more emergent and spontaneous. Interface code switching was used to correct errors, to explain grammatical peculiarities, to explain some active vocabulary peculiarities. Interphrasal code switching occurs in the teacher's speech within translating or explaining unfamiliar words, and in the speech of the students is associated with ignorance or lexical units. Code switching can also occur in the following cases. While teacher explains homework, the teacher could purposely switch to native language to exclude all questions. It can be said about the emotional role of code switching, when the communicant expresses strong emotions such as delight or anger. In conclusion, code switching is an effective strategy of teaching English to the learners, but it has its own limited bounds. It should in no way be estimated as a method. Hence, it is considered that teachers and learners code switching is closely related with effective overall success in performing various classroom assignments and in learning English in general. So, the hypothesis of the investigation is proved. I recommend teachers to code switch while using differentiated approach at the lessons. Thank you for your attention.
So, would you please tell, in your own words, what is code switching?
It's when the teacher consciously switched to native language, from English to Russian or from Russian to English.
And you proved in your work, you proved that this using code switching is
Effective.
effective.
Is the aim of your research work?
The aim,
What about goals? You have written the aim and goals.
the aim of the given work is in determination of the effectiveness of code switching while studying English in high schools. To achieve the aim, we followed goals. We observed opinion of
Please
Kazakhstan.
stop.
How many goals do you have in your research work? 3 goals.
It should be not goals, it can be just objectives or tasks. Can you describe empirical method?
Describe what?
Empirical method. You
Uh,
mentioned about this one.
It helps students in feeling less lost and motivates students with a lower level of language to learn it.
Empirical method is a kind of method of investigation. It consists, after this continue.
Empirical methods helps students in feeling support.
You mentioned about questionnaires to the students and the teacher. It all belongs to the empirical method. As about theoretical method.
Theoretical part was aimed at reviewing and analyzing literature and scientific articles of Kazakhstani and foreign linguists.
Okay, so yeah.
Сырлыбек, кабинет.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself as Sylvia Gadun. I'm a student currently matriculated at the General Number 1 named after Alexander Khan. I shall delve into the subject of the education for all handicapped students. First and foremost, the relevance of scientific work. The scientific work is devoted to the problem of teaching students with disabilities. The aim of the study is to show that why is it important for students with disabilities to study with ordinary children. During the preparation of the scientific work, we have used the three research methods. They are empirical, statistical, and theoretical. Now, who are the children with disabilities? The term children with disabilities is considered as outdated and insensitive. And nowadays, people prefer to use the terms such as children with special needs or handicapped students. These are children who may have some development problem that may affect on their everyday life. As illustration, the children with cerebral palsy, children with autism spectrum disorder, or children with Down syndrome. Children with special needs may require additional support or accommodation to reach the education, healthcare, and other services. In light of this, the only thing that can help them is inclusive education. The inclusive education means that all students are attended and are welcomed by the neighborhood schools in nature created. Regular classes are supported to learn, contribute, and participate in all aspects of the life of the school. It's about how we develop and design our schools, classes, programs, and activities so that all students can participate and learn together. In synopsis, inclusive education creates a common learning environment where students from different backgrounds and with different abilities can study and learn together in inclusive environment. Consequently, in 1980, the World Health Organization has adopted the British retired version of the limited capabilities. They are first, illness, any loss or anomaly of psychological or physiological or anatomical structure or function. Limited capabilities, any loss of ability to perform any activity, and incapacity, quality of being incapable. As you can see, there are 5 principles of inclusive education. They are principle of togetherness, principle of equality, principle of acceptance, opposite exclusion, and principle of participation. Next, please. Now, let me talk about the inclusive education in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The legislation of the Republic of Kazakhstan and other fundamental international documents based on human rights provides the principle of equal rights to education for all children in our country. The State Program of Development of Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan for 2011-2020 identifies the development of inclusive education as one of the most important goals in our country. The state program includes measures for creating a legal frameworks. All of the legal frameworks you can see on the board. Next one, please. Now, let's pause briefly and divert our discussion away from the topic of the inclusive education. Let's delve into the topic of integration. Why the integration of handicapped children is important. Firstly, it promotes diversity and acceptance. Second, it improves academic outcomes. Third, it has legal obligations. And fourth, it helps in emotional and social development. Here is a video that you can see. That's explained by Islam, the specialist from Stockholm, Astana. We have practiced with him at online courses. Next one, please. Now, let's return our attention to the topic of inclusive education. By the way, I have a rhetorical question for you. What do you know about the dawn of the proximal development? Are you aware that both you and I have the potential to participate in inclusive education? Through the collaboration with researchers influenced by Dr. Vygotsky, we know that there are 4 illustrations of the zone of personal development. They are, first, solving situations together with peers. Second, acquisition of knowledge and speaking skills with someone else. It can be your teacher, your parent, your classmate, your friend. Third, development of thinking and speech skills as a result of interaction with high-achieving classmates. And finally, formation of social and cultural competence as a result of interactive verbal exchange with skillful and active classmates. Now, besides the practical job, during the preparation of the scientific work, we've been to several places and had very beneficial practice. During the preparation, we've been to Taraz Regional University named after Muhammad Haydar Dulati, Taraz Regional PMCK, school number 46, and boarding school number 1. There, we found out some new interesting facts about the inclusive education and wrote our own book. By the way, we had online courses with Kuzimbayev Islam, and by the help of these courses, we found out some new interesting facts about the inclusive education and integration. Next one, please. As you can see, our scientific work includes a survey. The survey was taken from students of our city. You can see the results are mostly positive. Results are mostly positive. So for children of our school, it's okay to study in inclusive environment. This is our book. That's the result of the survey. As you can see, the results are mostly positive, and for children of our school and of our city, it's okay to study in inclusive environment. Next slide, please. To encapsulate, at its most basics, inclusive education means teaching students with special needs in ordinary environment. However, inclusive education means much more than just replacement. Firstly, people will gain academically. Secondly, as we all know, inclusive education is mostly accepted in all countries. And third argument is that inclusive education is more economically viable opportunity for us. The following formula that was created by us is inclusive education equals V plus P plus 5A's plus L plus R plus S, where V is vision, P placement, 5A's are adapted curriculum, assessment, teaching, accept and assessment. S sources, R resources, and L leadership. I appreciate your allotment of time and knowledge. Orlando.
Thank you. So maybe, you have, sometimes you mispronounce the words and you speak too quick and difficult to understand you.
Yes, because first we saw that the regular is from 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah. You should work on your pronunciation,
Okay, I'll work.
on pronouncing the words correctly in English.
Okay, thank you for your advice. I'll work.
Questions, please.
What can you say about the scientific knowledge of the research work?
In our republic, the education is at its lowest point by worldwide. So I think that if I work good enough and if I go to republic, the president or the administration will see my results and work on the education.
It's a theoretical basis of your work.
First on this
Basis.
During the presentation work, we used theoretical method, and by this method, we read books from Dr. Vygotsky, from Jane Ives about the integration, and etc. So I think that's good enough. Also, we wrote our own book.
That's about our native scientists.
Our native scientist. Yes, could you invite this one?
Yeah.
I told about him. He works in Startun, Astana. We had online courses with him. The course was kind of interesting. So I found out which is responsible with the integration. He was the one who told me to read the book about Jane Ives and her inventions. Yes.
Did you bring your book to show?
If I'm not mistaken, the book must be here. It's not. I think my teacher forgot to do it here.
This?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Please sit down.
Askarova Jasmine.
So, greetings everyone. My name is Askarova Jasmine, and I am a student of the 10th grade from the school number 12. My scientific work is the effect of computer games on the child. My scientific supervisor is Salesh Vanadiza. Next one. Annotation. The work is devoted to the emergence of computer and gaming addiction in children. The main aspects of computer addiction, causes and symptoms of its occurrence are considered. Next slide. Introduction. Game is the great invention of the mankind. Game is a tool of knowledge for all human cultures, and it's an indicator of development of the culture. Therefore, it is very important for everybody, parents, teachers, students, to know these old tendencies, their valuable spiritual sense, to defining our movement with children in the direction of good, beauty, and truth, or to the opposite side. Next slide. The relevance of the study is currently computer games accompany the child everywhere, not only in computers but in phones also. The purpose of the study is find out which game students prefer, how much time they spend on it, and whether their parents control it or not. The hypothesis of the study is that the person receives more information about the object under study, about the benefits and harms of computer games. The next one. As you can see on the board, there is tasks, but I will not read them because I don't have much time, so I'll go straight to the main part. Next slide. The main part, history of computer games. Technological progress does not stand still, and computers are increasingly entering our lives. If computer was a luxury for our parents in childhood, then for a modern child, it is part of the life, an indispensable attribute of it. Thanks to the computer, humanity has many new opportunities. Let's take a quick look into the past and remember what children played when there were no computers. There were a lot of games like hide and seek, ball games, and etc. The children were happy that tomorrow would come and they would gather together and play games together. But now there have been global changes. The day came when all the games and toys were left lying on shelves and drawers. The next one. Types of computer games played by teenagers. Computer games using VR, virtual reality technology, can be prescribed to children with severe burns as an additional painkiller, BBC News reports. Next one. There is a set of varied classifications of computer games, where games are classified by various signs. For example, strategy, sport games, arcade, role-playing, racing, and simulations. The next one. What are the dangers of computer games and can they be useful? You can talk a lot about the benefits of computer games. Currently, computers are an integral part of modern human life. Often we behave as if computer was around us all our conscious life. Of course, for us, modern children, it is true. But for those who are now 25 or 30 years old, the computer was novelty and luxury. The harm of the computer has been talked about for a long time. More recently, such equipment was a luxury, and today it's in almost every home. Computer games can have a positive effect. Shooting games, Quake or Counter-Strike, practice reaction, teamwork skills, and tactical decisions. Role-playing games, for example, Baldur's Gate, develop social skills. Strategy games like Heroes 3 or Warcraft train our ability to analyze. Computer games give a good workout for child's brain. Many games require good high-level thinking to win. The games also develop reading and math skills. Players read instructions and receive information from the text during the gameplay. The next one. But the impact of computer games can also be negative. Let's consider the most common negative consequences of such computer influence on a child. The first one is fatigue. When a child sits at the computer for several hours in a row, gets overworked very quickly. The reason for this is the nervous and emotional tension that requires the child to constantly concentrate attention to this or that action. The next one is computer addiction. Child psychiatrists have been sounding the alarm for a long time because computer games lead to constant excitation of the brain areas responsible for pleasure. As a result, child wants to be satisfied for as long as possible, and it leads to real addiction, which can be even compared to drugs. The next one is violation of child's horizons. Our life constantly throws up various situations, the way out of it which can be very, very different. We select and we think and select what we deem necessary. In games, it's the opposite. Their plot is more often linear, implying the use of only one or at least two or three ways out of the situation. As a result, children's horizons are significantly narrowed. There is no point in fantasizing and imagining at all. Making the game a reality. Child's aggression and cruelty. Next one. Childish selflessness, wrong perception of the world, unwillingness to communicate with people, and waste of time. This is all the negative consequences of playing the games. The next one. So, practical part. The most important danger that computer games pose is the emergence of gaming addiction. This is a real mental deviation that requires the help of a qualified doctor and the support of relatives and friends. Next one. I have made a survey. First of all, it includes teenagers from my school aged 10 to 18 years. As you can see on the board, as a result, aged students of our school were interviewed. Of all the respondents, only 20% of students do not play computer games. Next one. Only 25% sit down to computer on weekends 2 times a week. On average, students of our school spend about 1 hour, it means 70% on games every day, and the rest more than 2 hours a day. Next one. According to the survey results, the most popular games were shooters, tanks, strategy, and the others. The rest of the survey results can be found in the appendix. Next one. In conclusion, my hypothesis was not fully confirmed. It cannot be said that computer games are good and you can play as much as you want, as it is impossible to say that it's bad and it's necessary to abandon them. The impact of computer games on children is ambiguous. Someone develops logical thinking, someone forgets about the real world. A computer, like everything that surrounds around us can be both useful and harmful. Here we need to achieve the main principle: do not harm. While working on a research paper, I learned that the computer can become a friend or a sworn enemy, can help in trouble, or can add a bunch of problems. Life is so beautiful and diverse, and it would be so stupid to spend it all sitting in front of the screen. The computer and computer games should be assistants, not enemies of the child's development. Thanks so much for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
The goal of research, did you achieve it?
My goal is to tell you the benefits and harms of computer games so that you can understand what is it.
Why the hypothesis wasn't confirmed?
Because it cannot be said that computer games are bad or good, because it's kind of 50-50.
And what is the hypothesis?
My hypothesis is to tell you that about the benefits and harms of computer games and recommendations for parents.
So what recommendations do you give?
On my project, there is written that parents need to monitor what their child is playing to control it.
Bakıp dayanma.
Sizin de sevgiler. Bir şöyle biraz sanki
Hello everyone, my name is Rania Azamhan and I am the student of 15th Gymnasium, 10th grade. The topic of my research work is learning English through mobile applications. Next. The relevance. The relevance of choosing topic is due to the need to learn English using the mobile applications and find effective ways to study it, as well as ways to quickly and effectively memorize educational materials. And the purpose of the research work is to identify and analyze the most popular applications for learning English that will help you to improve your English vocabulary, reading, and other skills. And the object of the study is the mobile applications for learning English, and the subject of the study is the study of English language by using the mobile applications for learning English. Next. The theoretical and practical significance lies in the fact that there is a big amount of information about mobile applications on the internet, and as well as a big number of applications themselves. But for the right choice, you need to spend a lot of time for familiarizing yourself with each of them, and there is a little time left for students who are studying in high and middle schools. So I prepared my research work. I analyzed all the applications information, so every student can use my research work to master one of them. And because you can spend time for not searching, but for studying and developing your English level. And hypothesis. Hypothesis is you can study and you can learn English by using these applications for learning English. And the problem of my research work is the possibility of using mobile applications for learning English. And the project objectives are selection and analysis of modern literature on the study under the problem. And second is consider the most popular applications for learning English. The third is conduct a survey of among 5 and till 11 school grades students. And third is consider the opinions of students about the applications for learning English. Next. So I want to tell about pros and cons of mobile applications. So first is you don't need to You don't need to waste your time on the road. You can study whenever you want and wherever you want. And the applications are usually built in the form of a game. So learning English becomes really interesting and engaging. And I want to tell that them learning English through mobile applications has its disadvantages. The first is a visual impairment. Like visual impairment due to the constant using of mobile applications. The second is if the process can be controlled in the classroom, the process is not controlled out of the classroom. So the third is electronic devices can be shown some as advertisements, so it can attract them it can attract them. It can attract the attention of students. The first is currently not all mobile apps are affordable for everyone. Next is let's go to practical part. I conducted a survey among 80 students of my school, and I asked them several questions about mobile applications. So the first question is do you use mobile applications? The second is what purposes do you use mobile applications? Do you use educational applications for learning English? And do you want to know what mobile applications can help you learn English? And what do you learn English? Next. And by the result of this survey, I came to the decision that 33.3% of students, they use mobile applications for learning English, and 15% of students, they don't use mobile applications, but they use literature and textbooks for learning English, and 30% of students, they use internet to study English. Next. And I interviewed a random students of my school, and I can give you these paper sheets. Here you are. Here you are, and here you are. And you can turn on your phone and locate your camera to this QR code and watch the video. Can I show you the video? You need to turn on your camera. There a QR code here. And there is a video.
Hello, my friends. Technology has opened the world up for us, and it's easy to access pretty much anything from devices like phones and tablets. Millions of applications are available for devices like phones and tablets. Not only let us enjoy our leisure time, but for learning English whenever we want and wherever we want. In this video, I'm going to ask students of my school if they use any applications for learning English. Let's go! Excuse me, hi, can I ask one question? Hi, yes, you can. Did you use any mobile apps for learning English? Yes, I have been learning English language through Duolingo. Wow, that's nice. Can you say more information about this app? Yes, Duolingo makes learning English language quick and easy. It provides dozens of lessons and with each of lessons, you can learn new words on everyday topics like medicine, science, and technology. Apart from English, it also teaches us. Do you use any mobile apps for learning English?
Actually, right now I'm using the app called British Council for learning English, and I can name some of the advantages and disadvantages of this app.
Wow, that's amazing. Can you tell me?
Yes, sure I can. The biggest advantage that I have noticed is that you can use the app whenever and wherever you want, only connecting your device to the internet. The second advantage is that these apps focus intensely on building your vocabulary and learning the words through the repetition.
However, do you use any mobile apps for learning English?
Yes, I do. I'm using now the Duolingo app.
Wow, that's very nice. Why do you use this app?
Duolingo, possibly one of the most popular apps out there, and Duolingo comes with Python candidate for the beginners. With just 20 minutes in every day, you can learn it.
Okay. Next. And based on the results of survey and other things, I came to decision and I found top 10 applications for learning English. There are Reward, Learn English, Grammar, British Council, Podcast, British Council, Duolingo, Lingua.io, Instagram, and the Sounds Right, British Council, and Quizlet and Quizlet. Next.
And I want to give you a small description of each apps. The first is a Reward. Reward app is for learning and building your vocabulary. It's a great app for everyone. And there is words divided into 59 categories, and you can choose your favorite category to learn new words day by day. So next is British Council apps for learning grammar. This app is very great app for people who want to like build their grammar, because in each topic, in each task, you will play some games, and these games are really engaging and really interesting to learn English. The next is the British Council podcasts. This app is very great for improving your listening skills, and I downloaded this app, and this app is my favorite app, because by using this app I really improved my listening skills, and now I can understand all things that native speakers say. And the Lingual app is a very popular app in Kazakhstan, because in this app you can totally increase the level, develop your all skills: writing, listening, reading, and vocabulary. And the next step is Duolingo. Duolingo, I know, I think all people know Duolingo, because Duolingo is a popular app everywhere, and you can learn English if you don't know any letter in English. The next is a conclusion. Based on the result of survey, based on the result of interview, I came to this conclusion can be drawn that mobile devices and mobile applications are not only source of entertainment and pleasure, but also a great opportunity for new ways of obtaining knowledges. And based on the result of survey and my research work, I came to a decision that mobile apps for learning English are really popular and useful in learning English. And the second is I came to a decision and I found top 10 applications for learning English. There are Duolingo, Reward, British Council, and Lingual. So I think I proved all my decisions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. In the process of learning English, did you use any of these apps?
Yes, I downloaded them since last September of last year, 2022, and I can show them this app in my phone. So, here. Duolingo is a reward and podcast and English portal. I use them every day, and I noticed that my English skills, like writing, reading, and listening, they are extremely improved.
Which of them do you like most?
I can recommend you, and my favorite app is the British Council podcasts. Because by using this app, I improved my listening skills, and my teacher said that my listening skills really improved. So I'm really proud of myself and proud of you using this application.
Thank you. Bahar kızı dayan.
Hello everyone, my name is Diana, and I am a student for a former boy, and I'm a student of the school United Nations after So the topic of our project is role using abbreviation, agreements of English articles, paragraphs, as well as language. Next. The main reason for choosing this topic is that the many words in the word which has a different question. Very often the short words occur in articles, paragraphs, by such as writing, statistical material, tapes, and notes. So, and definition. An abbreviation is any short form of a word or phrase, and an acronym is a form of abbreviation. In fact, there are three forms of abbreviation. First, there is an acronym. It is a word from the initial part of an agreement, can be letters or syllables. For example, the non-substantive organization commonly known as Toy, which is pronounced as Toy. So we decided to look up parts abbreviations commonly used as media, medicine, information, technical free, especially in newspaper articles, paragraphs. So we decided in our work, the complicated problem of distribution of particularities, we define their types and full verbs. So the team is to analyze the variety of business language and to create the glossary reading of the research and to create the glossary reading of the research. So next. So purpose of the scientific work. So first, find out how acronyms are used in English, and learn about types of acronyms, and learn about how acronyms affect English study. And the subject of the research is basic level of English language, and the diversity of Semester language was subject refers to the free of communication, and the use of Semester language in English. Next. And the subject of the scientific words, types and functions of shortenings in English language, and the aim of the scientific word is give general characteristics to shortening lexical units, and defining the meaning ways, types, functions, colors, and analyzing structural language in general, and finding out correct in everyday speech and writing. Next. And the difference between acronyms and abbreviations. An acronym is a pronounced word from the first letter or few first letters of each word in a phrase or title. So sometimes you become a letter creating words that take place in every language. So an abbreviation is a pronounced word from the initial components in a word or in a phrase, and these components give you initial letters and parts of words. So acronyms are used across every industry. The word of text and instant messaging has given rise to a series. And acronyms are used for fast-chatting communication. The newly combined letters create new words that take place in every language. So the newly combined letters create new words. First, reduction by using numbers. Numbers are used in some acronym. For example, number 2, it means 2 and 2. Number 4, it means 4 and 4. And second, in other cases, numbers are combined with the first letter of the following words. For example, B2W, it means back to work. And the third, only the first letters of the words can be used in the phrase. For example, ITQ, it means I don't know, and OMG, it means oh my goodness, oh my gosh. And first, clear out letters. For example, H and W, it means homework. And fives are short to write. For example, what is what and who is who. Second, in all the theoretical positions of our research work, I have made the theoretical positions of using abbreviations, and I have chosen some examples of acronyms and abbreviations and articles telegrams. So, and how to find the types and full forms. So, practical part of the research. Practical, there is a small dictionary of using abbreviations with translation, giving knowledge of acronyms and abbreviations. This is often used on the internet, correspondence, online chat rooms and blogs, just as we call it internet science. For example, this message should turn into rhymes or words into unsolved puzzles. You should remember the abbreviations and acronyms that you're likely to meet in your daily life. For example, GR8 means great, and HSY means happy birthday to you. And the number of new acronyms is developing dramatically. The new common letters they are being used on our daily life in our work, for example, business, industry, and administration, and in our private lives as well. Next, for example, cause and goose means because, and CUS means see you soon, and so on. Next. And digits and letters are often used to mean words. For example, B is B, C is C, I is I, and so on. So one of the main reasons for appearance of acronyms is economy of time. So abbreviations and acronyms typically forms and formulate products. For example, Greek inscriptions in medieval manuscripts and in the Quran. But it was also called information explosion in the 20th century. But the most affirmation is a common practice in communication. Next, so having analyzed the problem of distinguishing shortening of words in modern English, we go to the following conclusion. Having analyzed the problem of shortening of words in modern English is very actual nowadays, and there are several kinds of shortening proper, blending, and abbreviations, and a number of famous linguists dealt with the problem of shortening of words in modern English, and the problem of shortening is several ways for the investigation. So acronyms are used across every industry. The word of text and information has given rise to series of acronyms. And the acronyms are used for chat communication. The new common letters create new words that take place in every language. So thank you for your attention.
What literature did you use?
Can you repeat the question?
What literature did you use?
I use, for example, if a person know the meanings of abbreviation, he easily understands them. So, because he knows as abbreviation definition. Don't finish.
In your own words, can you just explain what is the difference between acronym and abbreviation?
An acronym, for example, is a pronounced word formed from the first letter or fifth letters of each word in a phrase or title. And sometimes nearly common letters creating rosette is a place there in the language. And the abbreviation for example, reduction by using numbers. For example, 2 it means 2 and 2. Number 4 it means 4 and 4. And for example, IGK it means I don't know. And OMG it means oh my goodness. And so on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Батырбек Нурайын.
Good day, everyone. My name is Batubek Nurai, and I came from the school number 54. And the theme of my project is media literacy in learning process. And the aim of the next slide. And the aim of this project is to examine how to exactly utilize media literacy in order to receive education. And next slide. So, for introduction, media literacy is the essential part of the education. While you are receiving education, you should know what information you are receiving from it. And another thing is the competences for digital media literacy can be classified according to four main principles, such as access, usage, understanding, and engaging. First of all, access. You need to get access for the internet in order to search for information. And another thing is usage. You should know how to use the computer, notebook, or internet and laptop in order to make your work or something else, and understand how you are receiving information from the social media, because it's not always the good information around us. And the second question, next slide. And I want to talk about the current state of the media. Having carried out the recent research by British scientists proved that children aged 2 and 8 spend average of 2 hours per day on the internet, and the children between 8 and 12 spend 4 to 6 hours a day, and another adolescents over the 12 years old using the mobile phone 6 or 9 hours a day. Next. And having carried out the framework survey about the requirement of media literacy education at school, and the majority of people, 80% of them, require that it should be done to be media literate. And next slide. And the hypothesis of the media literacy and the ways of its improvement. Media literacy is essential part of the critical thinking, analysis, and evaluation, researching, and creativity, communication, collaboration, and media production, media consumption. First of all, you need to define how it can be good for you in order to the thinking out of the box. And the second type is communication and collaboration. You need to know how to communicate with other people and keep in touch with them. And the next methodology of the teaching pupils for the teachers is the practical part. So first of all, as a leader and as a teachers should to be media literate and know how to use the skills. And then they should be the model for the students in order to educate them how to be the best version of themselves, and the model, because the teacher is the mirror for the students, and the students
follow the teachers and then engage the skills to learn and require them these skills at the learning process. And after that, scaffold these skills, scaffold, because teachers are guidance to the students, and then they should be the guidance and follow them and assess the skills. And after that, connect all the skills that they are receiving from it. And after that, I would like to talk about DC framework highlights like 5 key principles of media literacy. First of all, understanding the risks of sharing personal data. It is not 100% proven that it's all the internet applications are good and your privacy will stay up constantly, and so you shouldn't share with your personal data online. And after that, understand how the online environment operates. And after that, knowing the generation of online content is and analyze this content. While you are receiving education, you should know how online social networks are working. After that, recognize that online activity affects you if you are offline. And the main purpose of this 5 principles to understand how to use social media in order to be media literate and use these skills in the education. Next question. And my implications and recommendations for teachers. With young children, you can discuss things what are familiar to them. You should know how to interact with the children at different ages. So first of all, and with the adolescents, you should keep in touch with them in their languages. And next, and tips and strategies for the lessons. So first of all, make your making the examples in the funny memes that children can require from you, and after that, fact or opinion. It can be used as a snack for a lesson. So that's a game that will give the children good statement making skills. And after that, write the news. Invite children to create their own versions of news stories. And after that, let's move. Conclusion. In conclusion, I would like to talk about, I would say that media literacy is a crucial set of skills that are necessary for our life, today's life. And I would say that my hypothesis was justified properly by me, because as a teacher at the school for the middle ages children, I teach them on the math and algebra, how to count, how to use their skills, critical thinking, and other things. So as a volunteer at school, I done a lot of works in order to teach the pupils or math skills, for the math skills and the English skills. I teach them to how to grammatically use these skills and navigate for their future. That's all.
What is the purpose of the research?
Purpose of the research is to identify the meaning of the media literacy and how it can be used in the learning process.
And can you explain in your own words?
Yeah, of course. Media literacy is an essential part of the education, because when you are media literate, you know how to understand this information that you are receiving from the internet and social network. And it's not always proved that it's always the good and the beneficial things on the internet, and you can find and analyze, evaluate them, and find the necessary things for you.
So, what would be your advice to those who want to be media literate?
My advice is to assess your skills and to think out of the box,
because maybe when you are typing for the information and you find one information, you should know how, you should understand how can it be useful for me, how it is proved.
And how to define fake information, for example. Fake.
It's like when you are searching for something, it can be not always proved by the scientists. So it's the first main reason. And the second, it's the unbelievable informations. That's look like the fake information. Thank you.
Батырбек Нураев. Батырбек.
Good morning, dear audience. My name is Sailena, and I'm a 10th grade student of Special Ed License for Gifted Children. And my project is about anglicisms in the speech of Kazakhstani teenagers. I bet you heard words like cringe, auto-sourcing, crush, follower, and etc. But have you ever wondered what is the meaning of these words? What is the origin of them? And what is the reason for their appearance? I was wondering as well. That's why I decided to study this topic. And I found out that these words are called anglicisms. And trust me, by the end of my project, you will know everything about these English borrowings and the use of them in teenager speech. Anglicisms have become an integral part of our modern life, but the problem is that some people are worried about the loss of the native language. Also, the previous study conducted in this field is quite limited in regards to Kazakhstani youth. Thus, the purpose of my research is to explore the use of anglicisms in the speech by Kazakhstani teenagers. More specifically, the objectives are: firstly, to identify the extent to which Kazakhstani teenagers use anglicisms. Secondly, to analyze how well they understand the implied meanings of these words. And lastly, is to create a glossary of the most up-to-date anglicisms. And the hypothesis of my research as follows. Teenagers in Kazakhstan are active users of anglicisms, but they don't fully understand the implied meanings of the words they use. I believe that study of anglicisms is crucial for understanding the complex connection between language, culture, and globalization. Also, the study might be valuable in terms of filling the research gap. As to the practical value, my study can help in increasing students' awareness of the language change and of the anglicisms they use. Also, it might increase their motivation to improve and develop their language skills. To better understand the topic of my research, I've conducted the literature review, which showed the following results. There are a few reasons for using anglicisms, such as lack of certain concepts, high social status of English, technological innovations, and etc. Besides, it was found that anglicisms might be both beneficial and dangerous for native language. Regarding our country, Kazakhstan, anglicisms are being actively implemented into our native language. Also, they are mainly used in user communication, social media, names of sites and goods, and etc. There is also a problem of overuse or incorrect use of anglicisms. And my research paper employs two methods. The first one is theoretical. Initially, my supervisor and I discussed and chose the topic for the research. Then, I studied different resources on this topic, and lastly, I outlined the sub-themes for my own research. And the second one is a practical part. At this stage, the questions for the survey and a test were developed according to the literature analysis. And then I created a survey and a questionnaire in online Google Forms. The survey and the test were held among students of 8th, 9th, and 10th grade of a special ed classroom where I studied. The format was online, and the participation was both voluntary and anonymous. So the results of the practical part are the following. Totally, 98 students from our school took part in the survey, and 73 in the test. The first finding is 35% of students use anglicisms often. The same number use them sometimes, which means students from our school are active users of anglicisms. This finding proves my hypothesis. The second result shows that they use them mostly when talking to friends, in social media, and during English lessons at school. Also, the main reason for using anglicisms are lack of certain words in their native language, followed by the reason teenagers like the way they sound. The third finding is half of the students think they understand English words well. However, a third of participants are not sure if they can properly use or understand anglicisms. Regarding the next question, do people really need anglicisms in our native language? The vast majority of students give positive answers. However, some of them couldn't identify their position in this question. So students see both advantages and disadvantages of using anglicisms. On one hand, anglicisms make our speech better than usual, help learning English, and enrich our vocabulary. But on the other hand, they may create communication barrier and spoil and distort our native language. Also, I conducted the test containing 3 types of questions. According to the results, 83% of students performed well in tasks with several options. However, they didn't succeed in open-ended questions, as only around 35% of students gave correct answers. Based on these results, the following conclusion can be made. Kazakhstani teenagers are active users of anglicisms, and they use them mostly when talking to friends, in social media, and other spheres of communication. These 2 findings correspond to the findings from my literature review. Also, they use them mostly because of the phonetic aspect and because of the lack of certain words in their native language. Besides, Kazakhstani teenagers see both advantages and disadvantages of using anglicisms. And lastly, they don't fully realize the implied meanings of the words they use. This conclusion proves my hypothesis of the research, and despite some limitations, such as small number of students, limited sampling, and test questions, I truly believe that my research might be valuable for both students and teachers in understanding the complex process of the language integration. And the most interesting part of my research is the glossary of the most up-to-date anglicisms divided into several categories, such as daily communication words, words related to economy and targeting, games, sports, and other fields that you can see in my printed glossary. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be glad to answer questions.
Okay. The first question is, could you please name some most popular anglicisms and say the meaning?
Me? All right. Well, first of all, I think the most popular anglicisms are in sphere of internet and social media, such as like, follower. I think you know what like means. It's like when something is approved. And the follower is somebody who follows your page, for example, on some social media like Instagram or TikTok, and he sees and tracks all your updates and posts.
Among slang?
Sorry?
Among slang that is used within the young people.
Well, it is used by young people.
Now, can you give some examples of slang anglicisms used by young people?
Oh, all right. Well, the first one is cringe. Cringe is when somebody feels ashamed or like not in his place for something that somebody else has done. Also, another word is hype. Hype is the process of increasing your popularity by some provocative things. I'm sorry.
Okay. Where did you get or collect glossary?
What are the sources we are taking from? So first of all, I take the definitions from the Oxford Dictionary and Cambridge Dictionary, and some of them I gave them definitions by myself, if it were easy words. And the pictures, I took them from Google, and some of them were even generated by artificial intelligence because I couldn't find equivalents for these photos in Google.
Is that all list of glossary belongs to you?
Yeah.
That's about another scientist.
another site that I used.
Mhm.
Well, if there were no proper definition in Cambridge or Oxford Dictionary, I also used artificial intelligence to help me define the definition.
Other questions?
Thank you.
So, hello, my name is Dasana Saida and I am a student of 10th grade. And topic of my project is a comparative analysis of good and evil using the example of Harry Potter film. And I want to ask our dear jury, so how do you think, why you choose my item? Jury, I want to ask you, so how to think why I choose my particular topic of my project?
You shouldn't ask questions.
Okay, so thanks for your answers. And to be honest, I choose this topic because every year I review this film, and I just began to notice some nuances that our society doesn't notice. According to Rowling, the leading themes of all books are death, love, friendship, and freedom. And Rowling approached each of them seriously, and also she didn't give simple answers to difficult questions, and it's also good advantage of books. And in my opinion, the various problems of all books are in they're in some both psychological and moral. I have highlighted them. First is the struggle of good and evil. Second is the problem of friendship. Third is the attitude to miracle. Fourth is the problem with self addiction, personal addiction. Sixth is a problem in friendship, and the idea of the work is that good and evil always in an endless fight, and to convey to the audience that our brain perceives only an information that it receives in a public domain without noticing the details. And I would also like to do the comparative analysis of characteristics of our some characters. For example, Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Hermione. We all know that they're positive heroes. As we know that Voldemort is negative. For example, we have also the hidden antagonists and hidden positive hero. The hidden antagonist is Rubius Hagrid. So why I did this conclusion? For example, we can see it in the beginning. It when he comes to the Harry's house, and when Harry asks him how to arrive, he just said, "I'm just arrived." And we all know that the only two people can arrive, they can fly. It's Voldemort and Severus Snape. And we also see the next episodes. They come to the Brigand's bank, and Rubius Hagrid he takes something important in another safe place, and he said to Gary not to tell about this for anyone. And we learn in this in the second episode that someone robbed his bank. So also, he just assumed to the school an incident when the troll came to school, and we all know that Rubius Hagrid, he just good knows that Tree had a dog, and he knows all his favorite some actions, what he loves, how he can go to sleep, and also we can take a conclusion that he's Death Eater. And Severus Snape is a positive character because he just always helped to Harry Potter. He just always support him. He take a promise to his mother, and we can see it in the next parts of film. Yes, and also we can. And also I just do in. I just do a survey between 45 teenagers from 15 to 18 years old, and most of them they agreed with my opinion that we have also hidden antagonists, hidden hero, and 89% of them they choose the variant that Rubius Hagrid is a positive character. But it's because of his storyline, because of his, for example, character, and they choose that Severus Snape is a positive character too, but they choose it because of his storyline, because we can see it, because the storyline shows us. So. It also proved my theory that our society doesn't notice some nuances that shows film. Also, in conclusion, I want to quote the words of American writer Stephen King. Rowling created 7 creates. She put a piece of her soul into each of her 7 books, and now her books will live forever. So, thank you for your attention, and I will get to answer your question.
Okay, what is the topicality?
What?
What is the topicality?
Topic of my topicality. Thematic, right? Okay, for example, the topicality of this project is always actuality, because we every year review with family, for example, movies, films, and also like a lot of kids loves Harry Potter, and I took this topic for my project because of this.
What methods do you use during your research?
At first, I just did a survey between the teenagers. I asked them in Google form questions, and also I just do the theoretical part. Also. Okay, so thank you for your attention.
Келесі бізде Хамитов Жан и Жетпісбай Бейбарыс. Екеуі де ма? Қуаныш Шапағатова.
Hello, dear viewers. Welcome everyone. My name is Punch Pratt, and I'm student from 9th Moscow Russian class at the boarding Mission Learning. So, the topic of the project is projects of global parents. Vietnam has been chosen to identify and open the constructive sites of Scottish writer. The aim of the study is to investigate the specific corporate birds work. And also our hypothesis of the study, we believe that by analyzing the birds, we will be able to learn more information about his life, undisclosed information about his country, who gave us social credit, also legal facts about his methods of writing. The object of the study are poems, lyric verse ballads, hymns by birds. Also, the work consists of introduction, pure and practical chapters, conclusion, and then references. So English literature is really the next. So English literature is still relating and important in our Kazakhstan. There are a lot of famous English and Solid writers, but I choose Robert Burns. He was a well-known national romantic poet. He also was one of the most talented and genius person in 18th century. As a result of his career, he penned hundreds of letters, verses, and songs. And he had been given to the world a new level of books. Next. Robert Burns was born on 25th of January. Nowadays, this is national holiday, which celebrates the special meal that Robert Burns has wrote in his poems. It's Burns' Supper. The tradition has started in 1801 when his friends wanted to commemorate his Burns' famous days. Despite the fact that he was just a farmer, he recognized the needs of education for his children. The mother was a very beautiful woman, happy woman with a lovely voice. And can you imagine that even they didn't eat, they was very hungry. The family continued to read books. That's crazy, but that's we can say that various parents influenced the child's future. Yeah. After his father passed away, at the 20, Robert Burns was the leader of the family. He often went to the parties together with the girls, to whom he dedicated poems like Red, Red Rose. He expressed his love with poetry, through poetry. As we understood, he has hundreds of poems, letters, and verses, but one of my favorite one is My Heart in the Highland. That has written when he traveled in the country and it was part of the tradition. Let me tell you, My Heart in the Highland, Robert Burns. My heart in the highland, my heart is not here. My heart in the highland, achieving the deer. Chasing the wilder and following the road. My heart in the highland, wherever I go. Farewell to the highland, farewell to the north. The breast was swallow, the country works. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, the hills of the highland, forever I roam. Like that. To create such a beautiful poem, of course, Robert Burns used his own methods. He burns through heavily from traditional poetry elements to create refrains, stars, repeats of folk songs, and the ballads. His style is a combination of genres, diverse rhythm, and inspired by tradition, showcases his ability to breathe to new life. As we understood, Robert Burns is a symbol of Scotland and England as our Aboriginal Bible. The individual person who has motivated and supported his motherland when in their hard period of time. So, and also his works included famous Russian poets like Pushkin, Mashtak, and Lermontov. All of these facts are saying that Kazakh people should know about him and learn his poems. So in this case, I conducted social research. In there, we have 3 questions. And I also invented 26 students for this analysis task. The first question was, how many people, have you ever heard about Robert Burns? I really thought that no one even know about that, but I was really surprised. 15 students out of 26 said yes. I was happy. And the next question was, who was he? And if the person heard about him, he should know about who was he. And 11 correct answers out of 15. That's the next. That's 73% out of 100. And the last question was actually more difficult. Can you name any writing, melody, songs, lyrics, admired of him? And only 19% could answer it. I was really intrigued how many people know about him and are interested, like me, in English literature. So after the results, I made a round table where I told everything about him. I tried to make everything interesting. And after I made again another analysis test, and there I have 81% out of 100. That's really good, I think. Next. But the result of the experiment. Yeah, as we can see a very good differences, and which mean that students' knowledge about Robbie birds has been much better. As a result of the experiment, it turned out English literature and has power. And we should pay more attention to it than it's now. That's all. Thanks for attention.
What is the typicality?
As I said, English literature is so popular in our Kazakhstan, and I was really intrigued how many. I really thought that English literature, for me, English literature is really interesting, and I was intrigued how many people are interested too, like me. And I did analysis test.
What can you say about theoretical foundations or basis of your research?
Can I repeat?
Theoretical foundations or basis. Which scientists have researched the problem?
What sources have you studied?
Yes.
Based on the history of Scotland, we used methods to reveal the essence of his poetry, and I tried to understand them through history.
Жалғасқан айсара шығамыз.
Hello, my name is Asara and I'm from Bell and I am a student of 10th grade. My topic is analysis of the features of translation into Croatian language. Translation has been an important cultural interaction for many centuries. Correct translation is one of the most important things. If translation isn't correct, people will not understand each other, and the people from another nationalities. And travel has always been an integral part of the life of every people. In today's world, where opportunities in the field of tourism are almost endless, and it's difficult to imagine people who don't like travel and doesn't want to travel. Traveling around the world, people try to get by traveling around the world. People try to know the culture of the country where they are located, visit historical places, museums, and theaters. As I said, translation plays a big role in the field. Correct and adequate translation and the completeness information will attract the attention of tourists. But each language is unique, and sometimes even the most experienced translators cannot find a definition to national words and traditional words. And currently, if you open our browser, if we open browser, we can find any information about historical places in our Taraz or in Kazakhstan because our Kazakh words are difficult to translate, and because of this, foreign tourists doesn't know about our places.
Видео телефон
Yeah. With my teacher, I visited historical places in Taraz, and I searched information. And I searched information in English in our historical place, but I couldn't find information in English because information about historical place in Paris doesn't translate it into English, and I think foreign travelers doesn't know about these places because of this. But here we can find here we can see QR codes, but if we will open these QR codes, we can see information only in Kazakh and languages. And a lot of tourists don't know about Kazakh traditional words and traditions. For example, and I think we need to do a dictionary with these words and give a definition, simple definitions to these words. And the tourists doesn't know about this place, but they can go to these places. For example, Astana, Almaty, Karakai, Shimbuak, and Alakon Lake. And as a result of the research, I came to the conclusion that the problem in the development of tourism in the lack of quality information about Kazakhstan in English and in other languages. It's very difficult for Asian tourists to prepare a trip to Kazakhstan. There's little information about these places.
What ways of translation they use, the video you use while translating Kazakh was that? Can you give us a can you translate what kind of words did you translate?
I translated, I did translate, but I find a definition to a word that tourists can't understand, to a word that hasn't a translation in other languages.
Can you give any example?
So this year we can translate it and and etc. We can't translate these words, but we can give them definition with simple words.
Can you give the definition to Saukisir?
So this year when
how do we name this way of translation when we give definition? Did you translate by yourself or did you use any browsers?
I find a site in internet browser and I use it, but I think a lot of people don't know about this site, and I take information from this.
Келесі Хамит Біржан, Жеткізбай Бейбарыс.
Hello everyone and welcome to our project. Project name is Stylistic Peculiarities of Oxymoron. Oxymoron is the rhetorical effect that creates the main effects in the people's emotions with the contradiction words and ideas. And for the explanations, oxymoron is the stylistic figure. A figure consisted in the combination of two concepts that contradict each other, and as a result of which new mental quality areas.
Structure of oxymoron. Oxymoron has one main structure model, and its adjective plus noun. It is in this structure. Nature of oxymoron. In our work, we try to give difference between oxymoron and the antithesis. Antithesis is a device bordering between stylistic and logic.
The next one. Oxymoron. Oxymoron is a combination of two words that gives opposite meanings. Like for example, that is the name, people's name. No, yes, that's created with two words, and no and yes. That is opposite meanings that created a new thing and gives the people new emotions and helps for the memorizing this moment. And we can use oxymoron in many types. This is when we build in dialogue and give an answer to anyone.
Further examples: systematic house, its extensive briefings and random order, or detailed summary, jumbo shrimps, open secret, civil war, holy war, and so on. And foreign nationals, hip butt, tight slacks, act natural, original copies.
And types of oxymoron. There is many types of oxymoron, but this is the basic types of oxymoron. That is the crafted oxymoron, literative, and double speak oxymoron.
Oxymoron in different languages. In this table, you can see a total amount of oxymoron using in different languages like English, Spanish, French, and German, and Russian.
The readers, for the readers, there is Alexander Nikitin. He's published his books, and he's one of the first people who used oxymoron in his books and on his translations. His published was published in 2 versions and 41 volumes. Thanks for your attention.
Please, can you give examples of oxymorons?
That is the cold fire. First example is cold fire. That is the happiness bad. And the opposite meanings like people's name. That is the first answer. This is the noise. That is low hanging. Low hanging.
You mentioned in your research work about descriptive methods. Can you describe it?
What is the type of methods?
Method of investigation. You mentioned you used descriptive methods. Yeah. Can you explain? Also, you mentioned 3 types of oxymoron.
Yeah. That is the.
What is the difference between them?
That is, firstly, this is the crafted oxymoron. Since it is crafted in the on the conversation of the process, and this is the double speaking oxymoron. That is the 2 types of oxymoron combined with contradiction meanings, and the third is the.
Can you give some examples?
Examples for the created oxymoron. This is the sharp key, and others. Questions?
Thank you.
кешіріңіздер қазір бірде сіздерді түс көзіліске шықсын деп жатыр. Бір баланы тыңдайсыздар ма? Егер уақыт болып қалды, келесі түстен кейінге ауыстырамыз ба? Бір баласы болды.
Жеңіл бар. Қуаныш шапағат.
Мен шашары қойды. Жібек шынады.
So, hello everybody, I'm a student of 11th grade of boarding school for gifted girls named by Ashadiba, and today my topic is abbreviation news. It's about abbreviation on the mass media of Kazakhstan, especially foreign versions. It's about only Russian abbreviations that we can use, and about English abbreviations that we can rarely meet, but it's nowadays really developing. Next slide, please. So first of all, I wanna show you about my content. First of all, next, what is an abbreviation? Might be not everyone knows about it. Might be not everyone knows what is it. It's reduction, like words that is formed when a word or phrase is shortened, and you can use this in the names of brands, universities, schools, or so on. And the examples for it is especially just examples that you can meet in newspapers, in mass media is, for example, IOW, which means in other words, or might be FAQ, which is frequently asked questions, and so on. Next. And I also did a lot of research, and this survey showed out that when I asked people, it's certainly from different ages of people, and most of them, about 90% of them said that yes, they know what mean abbreviations, but next, when we ask them for example, definition of this abbreviation, about 75% of them felt a little hard about this, and about 50% of people said that they don't know and they need a little help with them. Next. And as a result of this survey, I want to explain the goal of my project, as it's create a modern typology of abbreviations, which is in addition to the well-known ones, which we know, for example, like ABCs, etc. From them, we will include new types of compound words and phrases in the mass media of Kazakhstan. And by this, I want to just help a lot of people, because the English language is right nowadays really developing language. It's a worldwide language, and by developing this one, in the future we will provide, we will don't have another problem with them. And the objectives of my research, I have three of them. And first of all is analysis of theoretical information on abortions. It's familiarity with the existing pathology of abortion. Like, first of all, we have to analyze, know which abortion we already have and which people already know. And the second one is collection of research materials on the page of regional and Republican press. And also, it's usually about, why especially Republic, because we're talking about Kazakhstan, but sometimes I take information from the worldwide press because of English is nowadays really developing, and a lot of presses are worldwide, and they also consist of Kazakhstan mass media too. And number three is analysis of the material and the creation of the technology of version existing in Russian language of Kazakhstan. As I said before, it's not only about English, it's about Russian too. And while I use the worldwide press for English reading versions, I use Russian language already existing for Russian language. Next one. So the main content of the project, it's first of all is relevant. Nowadays we usually meet versions, and because of they become so many, we don't give attention to them. But because of this, because of their many of them, because of their amount, people think that it's irrelevant right now to use them. That it's not really important. But I want to really say by my project that it's relevant thing. And according to some researchers, one of the productive ways to nominate is aversion. Aversion help to give information clearly in the shorter one. And also, I will give some general presentation, and the object of the study is compound words of the period in Russian language press, which is truly popular in Kazakhstan. And the subjects of the study are types of abbreviation, both on the basis of Russian and the worldwide. Also, I used the works of the Russian and the Soviet scientists of Shansky and the Belashvakov for Russian, and also used the mass media such as BBC News, which were like all British Council articles. Next. And for conclusion, as you can see, the text is seen, so I'll just say about a little bit that I personally think that I achieved my goals that I had is, first of all, is to help our YAS, our older people, to understand all of these things, and the main thing is just give this help and the next one. Thank you for your attention. Hope it was helpful for you, and I'm happy for your questions.
What is the novelty? What is the scientific novelty?
So novelty. Because I take a topic as three languages conversions, might be for Russian language there is not a lot of novelties, but for English language, which is not so popular in our Kazakhstan, it has only theoretical materials, and by my project, we will develop this utility of using English conversion in our articles and know the news and a lot of something scientific news in whole worldwide, not only in Russian, or we have nothing to wait when we have these translated articles.
Also, what abbreviations will be found in Kazakh media?
Because, as I said, there are a lot of which is popular. For example, before might be in even our presentations or other students, you might see, for example, ATC usage, etc., or FAQ. It's in every site, which means frequently asked questions or IOW in other words, and so on. It's really a lot of, and sometimes you didn't even can see this clearly because it's don't this big, and you can just see that it's nothing, but it's really not.
Can you show us a list of maybe collection of?
Oh yeah, I did the collections. Yeah, I did them, and I had a newspaper, but it was in online format, and because of technical problems, I couldn't upload this to so
bad.
yeah, I'm so sorry, but main thing is I did this.
So the topic is observation of the breaches of the Kazakh mass media.
Yeah.
Can you name sources that you use?
As I said, it's BBC News worldwide article. Kazakh mass media.
Oh, native.
Oh.
Native.
Yes, because the topic is
yeah.
the breaches of the Kazakh.
Okay. Right now we have CTV Kazakhstan or Orda News. They are not CTV is popular, but Orda News or maybe Orda News is not so popular, or Tinker News, which is step by step giving us some English articles because of especially English in worldwide language, and especially by this we have a lot of information. So in worldwide there are not a lot, but for example, as I said, Orda News or Tinker News and so on. From Kazakh media, which is a little bit popular than others.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Thank you for attention.
литературада қалады үстелден әдебиет
Әдебиет алты балаға да.
алты бала әдебиет секциядан қалады и тіл білімі секциясы аяқталды иә мына жерде де сома кейбір баяндамалар тіл біліміне кіргізілген бірақ олар
Балалар түсініксіз ғой барлықтарыңызға иә түскі асыстан тамақтанып келесіздер иә ал бітіп қойған тілдер бітіп қой қазір иә ол кісілер жетекшілер тілден келсе отырасыздар жоқ сіздер бәрі келсеңіздер де болады бірақ сағат екіге жетпей осы жерде болыңыздар балалар аға біз екіде бастап кетіп өтеміз түсінікті ғой барлықтарыңызға иә қазір ағайын жүріп жетекшілерімізге барып сол кісілердің жәнібек
Biz ағылшыннан білмеген қатысады керек. Әзірлік кетіп басында.
айырмашылығы жоқ қазір тыңдайсыздар әлі айтқандырсыздар ғой иә тыңдайсыздар екіде келесіздер қыздар екіде келесіздер сіздер мына жер құлттанады қазір видео өшпейді екі болмай өшеді тамақтанатын жер білесіздер ғой иә завтрак ішкен жер ғой обучение болады осы кабинетте бұл кісілер қазір алты оқушыны тыңдайды екіде ол алты оқушыны тыңдап болған соң оқушылар шығады бұл кісілер шешім қабылдауға қалады одан кейін біз өзіміз шақырып аламыз сіздер бірақ артыңыз алда жетекшілердің жерінде болыңыздар
Алло, ассалаумағалейкум. Ана доставка бойынша ғой, сұрайын деп едім, 5-ші микрорайонға, то есть 6-ші микрорайонға келе жатқан кезде алдын ала звондайсыздар ғой, жарты сағат бұрын хотя бы. Мен жұмыста едім, кешке келемін. Кешегісі, иә, кешегі мысалы, 5-ші жолда. Иә, соны қайтадан алып соны. Сол алдын ала. Анонсы болмақ оды, күл бол. Иә, мен анау несін нормально төледім ғой, доставкасын жақсы 2 есеге почти. Төледім. Айтты ғой өзі. Болды, соңғы шешіп не қылып отырмын болды, одан кейін не болмайсыз. Просто алдын ала бір звондасам, мен жұмыста. Жетіге ма? Давай после 6 онда, хорошо. После 6. Все, хорошо. Жақсы. Осы есіктің алдында тұрған екеуі.
Әдебиет бөлек, тіл бөлек айтты ғой сіздерге, иә?
Екеуіне де бөлек орын бөлек, иә?
Аха, әдебиетте де бірінші орын, анада да әрқайсысында бір, екеуінде де бөлек. Мен де соны жаңа нақтылай істеп.
Біз де баны сұрап жатқанбыз. Жақсы болып кетті.
Дұрыс па не? Бала саны қандай?
Әдебиетке бөлек орын береміз.
Бірақ жаңа сіз айтты ғой, бір жұмыс
иә
ол тіркеліп кетті солай енді тілмен кетеді да ол
жоқ өзі тіркелген солай болды
аха солай тіркеліп кетеді ол шақырады емес
Сонда үш орын мысалы тілге, үш орын әдебиетке да жүрсе де
жоқ бірінші орын бір екінші орын екі үшінші орын үшеу
иә оны балалардың деңгейіне қарайсыздар
Иә, иә.
сіз ба ал сөйлеймін дайын ба
бізде жоқ төрайым
өзара біреуіңіз бар қазір дипломды алып келесіздер ғой шешім қабылдау
бірінші біз тыңдайық потом
аха
обсуждение жасайық сосын барамыз.
балалар
алғыс хаттары бар Dana gül var mı? Hasta ediyoruz mu?
соңғы тапсырмаған балалар алтау осы жерде істер ме барлықтарыңыз Данагүл бар ма Нұрайлым Адина Алиаска Узада Аружан
Greetings to all students and the teachers. My name is Ruka Tanabul and I'm a student of 10A class and I'm from the Kabul region. And my today science project research form using an electronic textbook on a foreign language. Subject of study English language. We propose the study to become familiar with an electronic textbook as a means of the teaching a foreign language and to improve the level of proficiency on a foreign language. Teaching foreign language in practice. The use of electronic textbooks in foreign language lessons when listening skills contributes and the formation of phonetic listening skills. In accordance with the proposed study, the task written analysis of the situation on such problem, consideration of teaching a foreign language, description of information in the computer technologies. Research hypothesis, the theoretical significance of the study lies in the fact that we collect data on the use of electronic textbooks on the process of learning a foreign language. To share, I open channels online and share tutorials. Structure of the research work consists of an introduction, a number of tasks revealing the methodology, conclusions, and reference, and the list of references. The relevance of the topic, the use of information and the communication technologies ICT is necessary to meet the educational needs of modern society and sustainable socio-economic development. For the first time in history, information and science technology to become not only for a means of broken modern society, but also becoming the main product of its economic activity. In addition, education is the main versus the product of information society, which is directly related to its further economic well-being. Also, paper textbooks are more convenient than than electronic textbooks. Electronic textbooks have recently gained more popularity to their functionality. The use of computer technologies in foreign language lessons can be offered in various ways. Working with special sites, searching for necessary information on the internet, watching real films, using the educational programs and games, etc. Here, this is very effective and relative. An accessible method of teaching foreign language lessons is the use of an electronic textbook. An electronic textbook is, first of all, a computer pedagogical software designed to provide new information, complementing printed publications, serving for individual and the individual learning, allowing to a limited extent to test students' accurate knowledge and skills. To help all children learn a foreign language on their own. Electronic textbooks were originally created to organize the state's learning. However, over time they began to be used for learning abilities. The peculiarity of teaching foreign language is that students can language in an difficult language environment to the lack of natural language. The situation presupposes the widespread use of computer technologies in various ways. To teaching computer technologies and various technical aids. Therefore, it's opportunized for using information in the communication technologies on foreign language. Электронды оқулықтарды алғашында қашықтан оқуды ұйымдастыру мақсатында қолданылатын болған. Кейіннен олардың қолдану ауқымы аса түсіп, олардың қолданушылардың саны арта түседі. Электронды оқулықтардың өзіне тән кемшіліктер және артықшылықтар бар. Олардың негізгі кемшіліктеріне біз олардың денсаулығына беретін негативті әсерін айтуымызға болады. Яғни монитордың алдында ұзақ отыру кесірінен біздің информация, яғни берілген ақпаратты қабылдау деңгейіміз төмендеп, және де көзіміз ауырып, тағы да денсаулығымызға негативті әсерін тигізуі мүмкін. Және де екінші негізгі кемшіліктердің бірі осы электронды оқулықтардың финансты түрден алып қарағанда қолжетімсіздігінде. Яғни осы электронды оқулықтарды толықтай қолдану үшін бізге жақсы компьютер, жақсы жабдықталған компьютер және де жақсы монитор қажет. Осы электронды оқулықтарды қолдана отырып, біз көптеген қабілеттерімізді арттырамыз, яғни тыңдау, есту және де жазу қабілеттерімізді арттыруымызға болады. Электронды оқулықтарды қазіргі ағылшын тілі сабақтарында кеңінен қолданылуда. Солардың ең танымал және де мұғалімдер көп қолданылатын осы электронды оқулықтардың бірі ол профессор Хиггинстің электронды оқулықтары болып табылады. Негізінен профессор Хиггинстен болса, Тьюдер, Hello America сияқты электронды оқулықтарды жиі қолданады. Және де осы үш электронды оқулықтардың ішіндегі IELTS-қа және де басқа да тесттерге өз көмегін беретін бізде профессор Хиггинстің электронды оқулығы болып табылады. Осы профессор Хиггинстің электронды оқулықтарында IELTS-қа қатысты тапсырмалар және де грамматика негізделген. Электронды оқулықтар негізінен бізде жұмыс режимі бойынша үш түрге бөлінеді. Ол бізде тестілеу арқылы оқыту, тестілеусіз арқылы оқыту және тестілеуді бағалау арқылы оқыту. Және осы электронды оқулықтар берілу бойынша екі түрге бөлінеді. Тест түрінде берілуі мүмкін және энциклопедия түрінде берілуі мүмкін. Энциклопедия түрінде берілген кезде ол кезде бізде түрлі ақпараттар, гипермедиа, гиперссылкаларда ақпараттар ала аламыз. Ал тест түрінде болған кезде ол энциклопедияға жинаған ақпараттарымызды тексере отырып, біз өзіміздің деңгейімізді біле аламыз. Мен осыған байланысты сауалнама жүргізген болатынмын. I conducted the survey and determined its results. Are teaching methods using electronic textbook effective?
80% voted yes and 20% voted no. Do you think it is difficult to use electronic tests to learn a foreign language? 30% voted yes and 70% voted no. Are paper books silently more efficient? 80% voted effective and 20% voted ineffective. Does it help develop phonetic listening skills? All are voted yes. Are there any disadvantages to the electronic textbook? 50 to 50. While doing my research, I found many free electronic textbooks for IELTS preparation. For the proposal exchange, I opened channels on networks and shared tutorials. Мен осы жобаны істеудің барысында мен түрлі каналдар ашқан болатынмын, Инстаграм және Телеграмнан. Осы менің Телеграм және Инстаграм каналдарына өту арқылы сіздер тегін электронды оқулықтарға доступ ала аласыздар. Көрсете кетсем. Осы QR-кодты сканерлеу арқылы сіздер менің Telegram каналыма өте аласыздар. You can scan this QR code and get information, get joined for my Telegram channel. Осы Телеграмдағы электронды оқулықтарында IELTS, TOEFL, SAT тесттеріне қатысты электронды оқулықтар көрсетілген. Осы электронды оқулықтарды қолдану және де тесттерін тапсыру арқылы сіздер IELTS және басқа да тесттерге дайындала аласыздар. Енді, in conclusion, an electronic textbook is a comprehensive information system that ensures the implementation of the didactic components of ICT at all the stages of the didactic cycle without conducting paper subjects, single computer system, implemented task using audio-visual multimedia tools, hypermedia, and hypertext. In conclusion, my suggestions are a frequent use of audiovisual tools in foreign language lessons, wide use of electronic textbooks not only in distance classes, but also in traditional classes. And the last one is preparing for English language level tests like IELTS, TOEFL, SAT outside of class using electronic textbooks. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Жобаның міндеті осы электронды оқулықтарды қолданудың тиімділігі мен өзектілігін көрсету.
Responsibility of the project.
To become familiar with the means.
Is it responsibility?
Propose a study to become familiar with the electronic textbooks as a means of improving English level and to improve the level of proficiency in a foreign language.
Сына жақта кішкене переводтардан қателесіпсіз. Соны сұрап жатырсыз. Қалай болады?
Жобаның міндеті деп жазған, ағылшын тілінде responsibility of the project.
Кішкене перевод жасағанда, иә, мән беріңіздер. Одан кейін сіздер бұл жерде қараңыз, бағытыңызды мен қарасам, тілдік бағыт. Ал сіз алғансызда әдебиет бағытқа тіркеліп қойыпсыз. Сол жағы өзіңізге байланысты. Ал шет тілінде электронды оқулықтарды пайдалану бастауыш сыныбында қалай іске асырдыңыздар? Сіздер барлық ағылшын тілі депсіздер ғой, или ол жағын қарастырмадыңыздар ма?
Электронды оқулықтарды
жоқ, егер тек қана жоғарысын десеңіз, жоғарысын деп айтасаңыз, егер ол жағын қарастырмасаңыздар, ода тұрған ештеңе жоқ.
Жоқ, қазір бастауыш сыныптарда және де үлкен сыныптарда да жаңа форматта өтіледі сабақтар, ағылшын тілі пәні сабақтары және жаңа формат негізінде біз электронды оқулықтарды қолдану арқылы сабақ өтеміз. Яғни мен айтып өткендей, осы мұғалімдер, ағылшын тілі пәні мұғалімдері осы жаңа форматта өткен кезде электронды оқулықты кеңінен қолданады және соның бірі бізде профессор Кингстің электронды оқулығы.
Бізде электронды оқулықтың тізімдері бар ма екен? Құрастырдыңыздар ма?
иә мен негізгі электронды оқулықтарды ұсынған болатынмын. Ол бізде профессор Хиггинстің электронды оқулығы, Тьютор және де Hello America деген электронды оқулықтар болатын.
Отандық оқулықтарды қосыңыздар ма? Қолданыңыздар ма?
Отандық электронды оқулықтарды мен онша қолданған жоқпын. Мен тек негізгі яғни IELTS және де басқа да ағылшын деңгейін анықтайтын тесттерге қатысты электронды оқулықтарды жинаған болатынмын. Соған байланысты мен осы 3 негізгі электронды оқулықтарды жинақтап алдым.
Болашақта отандық иә қосқанда ұсыныс береміз. Рахмет үлкен. Сұрақтарыңыз бар ма басқа? Жоқ, рахмет үлкен. Нұрайлым Әбілда.
Good morning, dear teachers and learners. My name is Abdullah Nuralum. I'm a learner of 11th grade of secondary school Sheffield. The theme of my scientific project is music is the strongest form of magic. Pay attention for me, please. The urgency of the problem lies in the fact that by listening to music, a person will help himself by being able to let go of some exciting situations and put all his thoughts in order. A person from the very birth becomes so sensitive to sounds, and babies cannot listen to playful and loud music as this can have a bad effect on their hearing abilities. Doctors recommend to listen to calm and quiet music. Many people listening to music do not even think about its effect on their health, psyche, and behavior. Can music really evoke emotions and influence the development and well-being of a person? To answer this question, I decided to do a little research. This research work is an attempt to reveal and explain the features of the reaction of the human body from listening to music. The relationship between medicine and music is revealed. The purpose of this work is to explain the history of emergence of music, its influence in human life, to consider the ways of learning English through music, and to consider the art of vocalists in the area of music. Responsibilities are to consider the influence of music on the health and psycho-emotional state of a person, and focus on vocalists in the area of music and learn songs in English. Introduction. All significant events in human life are connected with music from infancy, when he falls asleep to his mother's lullaby and right up to death. We listen to music at home, at work, go to concerts, play musical instruments with pleasure, and sing along to our favorite performance. General idea of music and the history origin of vocals. We all love music. One likes classics, the second one likes dance rhythm, the third one prefers rock. One can talk and argue about styles of music for a long time, but everyone can find at least one melody that is pleasing to heart and ear. We all enjoy music in our own way, but has anyone thought what music is and how it affects a person? Sounds of different frequencies affect a person in different ways. Scientists have found that it's connected with the rhythms of the brain. Receiving audio information through hearing organs, the brain analyzes it and comparing it with its own rhythms. Music gives us a good mood, relieves depression, and strengthens the immune system. Under its influence, people become more friendly, attentive, and then anger disappear. Famous vocal performance of Kazakhstan. Vocal art, one of the most popular musical performance, is the most important sphere of human spiritual life. Until the beginning of 17th century, vocal music dominated instrumental music. Osman Hasan is a Soviet Kazakh vocal and instrumental group. instrumental ensemble created by students of Kazakh Polytechnic Institute in 1967 in Almaty. Dimash is the most famous Kazakh vocalist, instrumentalist, and a composer. His voice range is 6 octaves. He rose to prominence in China through his participation in popular TV show Singer 2017. In a competition with established singers, he reached the finals and finished second. Mezzo is the first group in Kazakhstan working in the direction of classical crossover. Whitney Houston was an American singer, actress, producer, and model. In 2009, she entered the Guinness Book of Records for the most outstanding voice of female voice of all time. Healing music sounds and relationship between medicine and music. Music at all times was considered as a magical remedy and medicine pill. There is a connection between the voice and its sound and human health. Music is made up of notes, each of which can magically affect our health and state of mind. Next. Singing is gymnastics for our body, as every organ of our body starts to vibrate. The popularity of music therapy increased significantly in second half of 20th century. There is also such a direction in medicine, musical pharmacology. Next. The importance of learning English through singing. Learning a foreign language with the help of learning English songs helps to perceive words by ear, expand pronunciation, understand better grammar, and remember the vocabulary. I always try to listen to the text of English songs, and I have a way to memorize their words. Song lyrics contain a plot, turns of speech, vocabulary, and grammatical structures. How to use songs correctly in learning English grammar. Firstly, a classical composition is the best suited, in which the plot is clearly traced and not just a set of words. Music and rhythm improve our memory and word learning in English. Music affects breathing, pulse, blood pressure, and energy. The heart responds best to music therapy. Music relieves stress and boosts immunity. Music lifts the spirit and can inspire creativity. Music changes the perception of time and space. It helps to understand the deep meaning of life. In order to identify the influence of music on my classmates, I conducted a survey, and 77% of guys said that 22 people took part on this survey. Sounds so wise. After listening this melody, 77% of guys said that this music is so calm, and this melody leads to reflection. And 23% of guys said that they didn't like this melody because they prefer more energetic music. The diagram of questionnaires you can see on the slide. Now I want to read something about my achievements in music. I wrote this 2 years ago when I started to working with the scientific project. Music is a universal language of mankind. Music is a language of the soul. Music acts as a magical key that opens the most tightly closed hearts. And I want to become a person who will open many more hearts. After all, music brings pleasure, without which a person cannot do. I've been working in the music industry for quite some time now, and I found that no matter what life throws at me, music softens the blows. Whatever happens in life, music allows a person to relax and rethink their thoughts. And also, if a person is sad and lonely, a beautiful melody can support him and make him not give up on the way to his dream. At that moment, I realized that music can do to people how it can hurt and apply at the same time. At the very beginning, I was a little girl who did not her destiny in this life. But everything started to change when I started performing on the school stage. I myself made a firm decision to pursue music 4 years ago when I started meeting very talented people on social networks who inspired me to enter this field. Mom and I thought it over and she enrolled me in a vocal school. At first I didn't do badly, but it seemed to me that my skills were not enough and I began to follow many more talented and popular people, thereby taking an example for them and developing myself. Inside, of course, I understood that the path of becoming a singer who should give people a smile would not be easy. But I was ready to endure and go through all trials of life in order to achieve my goal. Thank you for.
So this is your personal experience, as far as I understood, right? As far as I understood, this is your personal experience, right?
Yes.
Did you study at musical school? What is that? A vocal instrument? Did you work in some in musical industry?
Yes.
Where?
I'm performing in this school stage or some competitions.
So performing in school competitions is not working in the musical industry. Musical industry is something else. It's more professional, for professional musicians.
I'm already starting to.
But your letter sounds like the letter of a person, a very adult person who worked in this industry for a long time.
Told us about the advantages of using music. You told us about the advantages of using music while learning English. Yes. Are there any disadvantages of using music? Are there any disadvantages? Can you tell us about advantages and disadvantages?
I think learning English music has only advantages, and because with listening to music we start to think about these words in the song and start to understand the deep meaning of the song.
Bilimi kanina var mı? Aynı alıyoruz.
Right, so hello everyone. As you can see here, my name is Nanabai Adasar. I'm from 6th School Gymnasium, 10th grade. So today I'm going to talk about Greek people of Great Britain and Kazakhstan. Please, next. So the purpose of my research is to tell about Greek people's life, about their achievements, about interesting facts and rare information. Next, please. Object of research. This article includes the names of famous historical figures, politicians, writers, artists, figures of science and culture. The work is an indispensable reference book on English and Kazakhstan culture, literature, and art. Next. Next. So let's start from my own country, Kazakhstan. So since ancient times, our ancestors have explored about the steppe zones. Greek conquerors and leaders like Tomiris, Shokan Walikhanov, King Genghis Khan, Attila, and other Greek leaders and conquerors. But as an example, I want to take only one person, Emir Timur. Emir Timur went on a 7-year hike to India and have made a lot of discoveries for Asia states. Also, Emir Timur won a major victory over the Ottoman Sultan in 1402 on 28 July in the Battle of Ankara. Next, please. Ali Khan Nurmagomedov Bakir Khan. Ali Khan Nurmagomedov Bakir Khan was born in 1866 and died in 1937. Ali Khan Bakir Khan was famous for his leader qualities. He also founded Avash autonomy movement since 1917 to 1920. But unfortunately, there is one thing that no one talks about. That thing is that there is a really rare information about that. Rare information is that Avash autonomy, if they would take an independence for Kazakhstan, they were going to develop with Japan. And Russian people, I mean USSR, after knowing that, they killed him. And please, next. This is him before the jail. It was 1935. And even after 2 years, not 10 years, after 2 years of the jail, he looked like this, 1837. And unfortunately, no one talks about it. No one talks about his sacrifice. No one talks about his pain. Even when you look at his eyes, you see pain. You see pain for his people. You see pain for Kazakhstan. So, next please. What I'm trying to say is that we have to always tell that about to children, about society. They have to remember that, but no one tells about it. Even that photo that I showed you, not a lot of people have seen it, but we have to see, we have to remember our history. And next person, William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare is the most known name on the planet, let's say on the earth. Even 16th and between 17th century, they say that that was the golden age of William Shakespeare. He also writes staged poems, tragedies, and other goods. Next, please. Michael Faraday was born in 1891 and died at 1867. Now, thanks to him, we have such a joyful life with electricity. He's famous for his discovery of electromagnetic induction. And that's really interesting because in every car, we have a generator. Generator makes energy for accumulator. And that's really interesting because the electromagnetic induction says that if electricity makes magnet, then magnet makes electricity. And now, thanks to him, we have Tesla. We have he was the first founder of electric engine, and now, thanks to him, we can use laptops. Next, please. Now, so the conclusion of my scientific research, which I made with my teacher, I'm trying to say is that we have to remember our history, but we also have to know that every country has their own culture. We have to respect each other. We have to be patient with each other, with our culture, with our traditions, and as people say, give respect to get respect. So thanks for your attention.
What's the scientific novelty of this project? What is the scientific novelty? Scientific novelty.
Novelty. So
Because of all this information we can take from internet books, we do not understand it.
you mean purpose?
Novelty,
Novelty is that I open to information that should people know. Because not a lot of people know that our autonomy after the independence of Palestine was trying to develop themselves with Japan, and that's really rare information that not a lot of people know that.
It's about UK.
UK, United Kingdom. So, United Kingdom, this Michael Faraday, as I said, shows that he was from poor family, and shows that with passion, with purpose, with your ability to work, you can achieve anything you want. Because it shows that, because in the 21st century, we can use laptops and electricity cars.
What is the goal of
The goal of this scientific research is to make people remember the history, is to motivate them to achieve new things, show them how good Kazakhstan might have become if we would develop without USSR or with Japan. So we have to tell children that nowadays in the 21st century, we would have really good country like Japan, Korea, America, never mind, because even the history of Kazakhstan has influences on the whole world.
what methods did you use?
This is a historical message, historical facts, to tell people about history, historical message.
Only one message. Only one message.
Not only not one. There's a second message. So second message is motivation. Not in the books where they say about a lot of facts about famous people. They talk about only the discoveries, about the achievements, but not about the life. And we have to motivate young people with their life achievements, with their motivations and purposes.
Thank you so much.
I'm a student of 9th grade, Jambal region school gymnasium named after Bilімі. The topic of my research work, the use of anglicisms. Anglicism is a word from English, and using foreign words is a natural process because states, countries, people always in contact with each other. And the relevance of research work, repeating production of English words in everyday life. Англицизмдерді қазақша түсіндіре кетсем, англицизм дегеніміз ағылшын тілінен енген кірме сөздер болып табылады. Ал жалпы кірме сөз дегеніміз осы басқа тілден біздің тілге еніп кеткен сөздер болып табылады. Және біз күнделікті өмірде ағылшын тілінен енген кірме сөздерді көп қолданамыз. Бірақ кейде сол қолданғанымызды өзіміз кейде байқамай да жатамыз. Оған мысалы күнделікті біз қолданатын head and shoulders сұрағына. Head and shoulders, head ағылшын тілінен аударғанда бас, shoulder иық деген мағынаны білдіреді. Келесі ыдыс жуатын ferry сусабыны. Ferry ағылшын тілінен аударғанда перизат деген мағынаны білдіреді. Және де осыған байланысты бүгінгі менің ғылыми жобамның мақсаты қазіргі ғылыми техникалық прогрестің даму заманында адамдардың сөйлеу мәнерінде осы ағылшын тілінен енген кірме сөздердің қаншалықты қалыптасқанын зерттеу. Жобамның міндеттері ағылшын тілінің сөздік қорын молайту және кірме сөздердің пайда болу себептерін қарастыру және кірме сөздердің өмірдің әртүрлі салаларында таралуын талдау, сонымен қатар мектеп оқушыларының пікірін білу. Және де мен осы ағылшын тілі кірме сөздерінің өмірдің әртүрлі салаларында таралуын талдаған болатынмын. Және білім саласында мысалы біз дескриптор, мониторинг деген сөзді қолдансақ, саясат саласында митинг, премьер-министр деген сөздерді қолданамыз. Бұлардың барлығы бізде ағылшын тілінен енген кірме сөздер болып табылады. Келесі бұқаралық ақпарат саласында бит, байт, монитор секілді компьютердік сөздерді қолдансақ, келесі косметика терминдері мейкап, макияж, пилинг болса, біз кино, музыка саласында да көптеген кірме сөздерді байқай аламыз. Оған мысал хит, хайп деп қазір осы сөздерді жастар көп қолданады. Және сонымен қатар әншілердің көбісі де қазіргі таңда өлеңді ағылшынша айтады. Мысалы Димаш Құдайбергеновтың Stranger You Love әні. Осы сөзді де қазіргі таңда жастар көбірек қолданады. Және ағылшын тілінен енген кірме сөздердің пайда болу себептеріне шет тілінің келесі форма көрсетуге болады. Бірінші тікелей кірген сөздер. Тікелей кірген сөздерге мысалы weekend демалыс күндері, flag, қара деген сөздерді жатқызуға болады. Келесі гибридтер, яғни гибридтер дегеніміз қазақ тілінің жұрнағы мен жалғау арқылы пайда болатын ағылшын тілі сөздері. Мысалы ask, askать, өтіну. Келесі калька, яғни көшірме. Бұл фонетикалық дыбысталуын сақтай отырып қолданылатын ағылшын тілі кірме сөздері. Мысалы the disk, the virus, virus, the cafe. Келесі бізде экзотизмдер, яғни бұлар ерекше сөздер болып табылады. Бұған біз көптеген фастфуд түрлерін жатқыза аламыз. Мысалы бургер, чизбургер, донер, тағы да басқалары. Келесі колориттер, яғни колориттерге окей, супер, вау деген сияқты сөздерді жатқызамыз. Келесі композиттер. Композиттер аты айтып тұрғандай ағылшын тілінен екі сөзден құралатын сөздер. Мысалы time out, уақыт бітті және fast food тез әрі жеңіл дайындалатын тағам түрі. Және сонымен қатар тағам түрлеріне байланысты кірме сөздердің пайда болу себептерімен таныстыра кетсем. Мысалы қазіргі таңда біздің көп айтатын, көп дайындайтын тағамымыз панкейк. Панкейк сөзі пан ағылшын тілінен аударғанда таба деген мағынаны білдірсе, кейк бәліш деген мағынаны білдіреді. Келесі хот-дог фастфуды. Хот-дог, хот ағылшын тілінен аударғанда ыстық, дог ит деген мағынаны білдіреді. Яғни ыстық иттің бұл хот-догқа қатысы қандай, соны анықтасақ, хот-дог сөзі осы ақш-қа Германиядан енген болатын. Және 20-шы ғасырдың ортасында Германияда хот-догты иттің етінен жасаған. Және осы ұзын шұжықшаларды такса деп те атаған. Және киім зат түрлеріне байланысты кірме сөздер. Джинс, яғни джинсы. Бұл жұмсақ мақтадан жасалатын тығыз мата. Келесі to sweet, яғни свитер. To sweet қазақшаға аударғанда терлеу ыстық деген мағынаны білдіреді. Расымен де свитермен өте ыстық және онымен терлейміз. Және де келесі smoking jacket. Бұл темекі шеккенде киетін пиджак. Бұл сөздің де өзіндік шығу тарихы бар. Бір джентльмен темекі шегуге шыққанда сыртынан қалың пиджак киген. Яғни ол пиджак оны күлден және үстінен қорғап тұрған. Және мен осы ағылшын тілі кірме сөз, англицизмдерді қаншалықты білетінін анықтап 8-9 сынып оқушыларынан сауалнама өткіздім. Және сауалнамаға 126 оқушы қатысты және бұл сауалнама 4 сұрақтан тұрды. Бірінші сұрақта англицизмнің не екенін білесің бе деген сұраққа 8-ші сынып оқушыларының 35% я, 65% жоқ деп жауап берді. Ал 9-ші сынып оқушыларының 35% білмеймін, 65% білемін деп жауап берді. Келесі англицизмдердің жиі қолданылуы деген сұраққа 8-ші 9-ші сынып оқушыларының жауабына қорытынды жасап, оның 70% қолданылатыны білім және 18% жартысы қолданады, 10% жартысынан азы қолданады, 2% мүлде қолданбайтынын анықтадым. Келесі англицизмдерге мысалдар келтіруде 95% өз мысалдарын келтіре алды, 4% келтіре алған жоқ және 1% мүлде басқаша мысалдар келтірген болатын. Келесі англицизмдердің өмірдің әртүрлі салаларында таралуын талдағанда Олар 100% ғаламторда деп 80% бақ және 22% техникада деп жауап берсе, қыздар 100% ғаламторда, 22% сән индустриясында болса, 48% косметологияда деп жауап береді. Және мен осы сауалнаманың қорытындысы бойынша мынаны білдім. Англицизмдер қазір жастардың арасында кеңінен қолданылып келеді. Және оны ары қарай дамыту өзіміздің қолымызда және оның мағынасын біліп біз орынды пайдалана білсек, біздің сөздік қорымыз байиды және бізге түзету жаңаша ойлауға мүмкіндік береді. Және осы англицизмдерге байланысты мен өз сөздігімді жасап бастадым. Ол жұмысымның ішінде. Ол сөздікте мен қазақша, ағылшынша кірме сөздер сөздігін жасадым. Бұны жасаған себебім қазіргі таңда орысша, ағылшынша кірме сөздер сөздігі бар. Ал қазақша, ағылшынша жоқ. Сол себепті мен жастар осы англицизмдердің мағынасын біліп, оларды дұрыс қолданса деген мақсатпен осы сөздігімді жасап бастадым. Және қорытындылай келе мен ұсынысым осы адамдар ағылшын тілінен келген кірме сөздердің мағынасын біліп, оларды орынды қолданса, және осы ағылшын тілі кірме сөздердің мағынасымен бірге оны жинаққа шығарса деген ұсынысым бар.
Осы тақырып сізден бұрын қандай ғалымдар зерттеген? Қандай ғалымдар зерттеген?
Шетелдік, отандық, ұстымады. Сіздер бірінші зерттеп жатсыздар.
Мен осы жобамды жазғанда мен осы Крисиннің шетел тілінің сөздігін пайдаланған болатын және Брейкердің осы ағылшын қазақша тілі кірме сөздері сөздігін пайдаланған болатын.
Кірме сөздеріне байланысты біршама жиынтықтар құрдыңыздар ма? Кірме сөздердің жиынтығын.
Мен сөздік жасап
тақырып бойынша.
Сөздік жасап бастадым. Ол сөздікте мен осы ағылшын қазақша кірме сөздігін жасап бастадым. Бұл сөздікті жасап бастаған мақсатым осы жастар ағылшын тілі кірме сөздерін мағынасын біліп қолданса деген мақсатпен, өздеріне кейін пайда болады деген мақсатпен жасап бастадым.
Қандай әдебиетке негізделген сіз? Қандай әдебиетке негізделген?
Пайдаланған әдебиеттер тізбелері бар. Сол шетел тілінің сөздігін қолдандым, Крисиннің.
Тек қана сөздік қолдандыңыз ба, ғалымдардың еңбектерін қандай қолдандыңыз ба? Осы тақырыпты зерттеген.
Сөздікпен қоса, осы ағылшын тілі кірме сөздері жайында бірінші мәлімет алады, ғаламтордан көптеген мәліметтерді зерттей отырып, мен осы жобаны
сөздеріңізді мына жерде сіз сол сөздіктен алдыңыз ба?
Сол сөздіктерді пайдаланып, бұл жерде ағылшын тілі кірме сөздері жазылған, оның мағынасымен бірге жазылған. Жастар сол мағынасымен бірге қолданып.
Сонда барлығы кірме сөздері. Қай тілден?
Германиядан түрлі елдерден
Соларды сөздікке қасына қосып қойсам, жұмыс болу керек деп тоже.
Қай тілден енгенмен ұсыныс?
Бар ма сұрақтарыңыз? Келесі Досан Озады.
Hello everyone, my name is Dosan Zada. I'm a student of 9th grade and I'm from Marshall Secondary School named after Shonas Makalma. So the theme of my project is The Adventures of Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Yes. Language is the basis and main component of communication. Language is a living organism that develops and changes. In this work, we will consider the irony and sarcasm of the English writer Charles Dickens in the novel Oliver Twist. So the purpose of the research work is to study and compare various manifestations of irony in Dickens' novel. Yes. In The Adventures of Oliver Twist, Charles Dickens used different ways of expressing irony and sarcastic views, and these ways go far beyond the trope of irony, and it has a strong impact on the reader's perception. Yes. So the stage of the research work: first, study of biographical and literary sources about Charles Dickens and his novel Oliver Twist. And the second stage is study of theoretical works. And the last one, third stage, is analysis the text. Yes. As part of the project Eager to Read, I started reading books. First, I started reading the works of the English writer Charles Dickens. Being interested in the writer's writing style and the ways how he shows ugly aspects of life, we decided to start the research. Reading his novel, The Adventures of Oliver Twist, you don't only get into the interesting plot of the book, but you can also join the inner world of its author. In The Adventures of Oliver Twist, Charles Dickens showed a real world. Oliver Twist is the image of an ordinary man, and Oliver Twist is a novel about a boy who had a lot of difficulties in his life. Charles Dickens' main weapon is bitter irony. Listen. So, in English Wikipedia, irony is a broader sense. It's actually the case, or to be expected. Irony is a very important rhetorical device and literary technique. For example, a tag that comes with or a librarian who cannot listen. Sarcasm is a caustic use of words, and we can use sarcasm to mock someone or something in a humorous way. Sarcasm may employ ambivalence, but it's not necessarily irony. The word sarcasm comes from the word sarcasmus, which is taken from the word sarcasm, the meaning to tear flesh and battling in rage. So there are three types of irony: situational, dramatic, and verbal. Situational is a contradiction between what's expected and what really happens. You can use it to create suspense, humor, and surprise in writing. If you buy a new car and you accidentally drive it into a tree, it's coincidental and unlucky, but not ironic. However, if a professional drives the car into a tree, it's situational and ironic. For example, the Titanic sinking. Dramatic occurs when the reader knows something important but the characters don't know. This can create a sense of unease because the audience waits to see how the characters will react to the situations they are in. For example, we know who the murderer is, but the characters don't create suspense. Verbal saying is one thing, but the meaning is completely different. It's actually the type of irony, and we use it in everyday conversation. For example, clear as mud. Charles Dickens was born on February 7 in 1812 in Wentworth near Portsmouth. Charles Dickens' father was a very rich and good-hearted person, but suddenly Charles Dickens' family went bankrupt and his father went to the jail and his mother had to struggle with poverty. And the boy had to work in the wax factory. Opening the novel, we can feel the author's irony from the first glance. For example, Dickens talks about the events that are happening in a certain city, in a certain town, which one and reasons it will be prudent to refrain from mentioning. The irony of good characters in the novel sounds quite different. For example, the eccentric Grimdick, who often uses the humorous oath to eat my head, said, "I had serious thoughts of eating my head tonight," said Mr. Grimdick, "for I began to think I should get nothing else." Describing the first days of the character's life, Charles Dickens proves with bitter irony that only Mother Nature helped irony to survive. So being born in a warehouse was the best thing for Oliver Twist, that could by possibility have occurred. If Oliver had been surrounded by careful grandmothers and doctors, he has been killed in. There being nobody by, however, but a poor old woman, Oliver and nature pulled out the boy. The clean dress he was wearing and 2 loaves of bread that added in Charles' portion was called an amazing sight. Yes. Yes. Distributing all manifestations of irony, we found out that irony is often found in the text as an antiphrase. Antiphrase is given 39 times in the text. For example, it was a nice sickly season just at this time, and commercial phrase, coffins were looking up. So conclusion. After reading the novel, The Adventures of Oliver Twist, we can say this. There are 2 types of irony in the novel, the author's irony and character's irony. Charles Dickens used verbalized, contextual, and conceptual irony in the novel. And there are not only irony and sarcasm in the novel, and there are also 21 mechanisms in the novel. So in this pie chart, you can see the number of authors and characters' irony. The author's irony is given 108%, and irony of the characters is given 45%. In this pie chart, you can see conceptual irony is 87% and conceptual irony is 66%. Here you can see the number of 21 mechanisms. It's allogism, metoda, paradox, hyperbola, and so on. Yes. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. So what is the practical significance of your work?
Practical
Significance.
significance of practicals, it's the convenience of using a wide selection of texts as well as English courses.
Зерттеу жұмысыңызды қазақша жазасыз, қазақша болсын. Салыстырмалы статистикалық әдіс қолдандым депсіздер. Соны кішкене түсіндіріп өтсеңіз.
Салыстырмалы әдіс ол яғни автор мен кейіпкерлер арасындағы иронияны
Салыстырған кезде қандай өзгешеліктер байқадыңыздар?
Мәтінде авторлардың ирониясы кейіпкерлердің ирониясына қарағанда көбірек кездеседі.
Сіздер бағана көрсеттіңіз, сандарменен бір слайдта бар. Соның жазбаша түрі бар ма екен? Табылған жерлері, белгілеп алғандарыңыз. Әшін санмен белгілеп қойыпсыздар. Соның
нәтижелерін қайта болады. Мына жерде сіздер нәтижеде не шықты? Коэффициентті шығардыңыз. Оны қайда қолдансақ болады?
практикалық маңызы. Бахытова Аружан.
Саламатсыздар, мен Тараз қаласының Қаратай Тұрысов атындағы номер 53 мектеп гимназиясының 9-шы сынып оқушысы Бахытова Аружан. Бүгінгі менің зерттеу жолымның тақырыбы Байронның Дон Жуан шығармасының жанрлық ерекшелігі. Ең алдымен Байрон кім деген сұраққа жауап бере кетсем, Гяур, Абидос қалыңдығы, Манфред, Корсар, Лара, Дантенің көрегендігі, Дон Жуан, Қиямет егесі секілді классикалық шығармалардың авторы, сонымен қатар ағылшын әдебиетінің көрнекті өкілі. 19-шы ғасырдағы батыс Еуропа әдебиетіндегі көптеген елдерде өршіл романтизмнің дамуына ықпал еткен тұлға болып табылады. Әсіресе Джордж Байронның Дон Жуан поэмасы әлемге танымал. Ендігі кезекте тақырып қалай таңдалды деген сұраққа жауап бере кетсем, ел арасында Дон Жуаның ба деген сөздерді көп еститінмін. Мен бастапқыда бұл кейіпкерді қазақтың төлегені деген мағынада түсініп жүрдім, ал кейде тіпті келеке мағынада да қолданылады. Осы сәттен бастап Джордж Байронға және де осы әлемге танымал Дон Жуан шығармасына деген қызығушылығым арта түсіп, осы зерттеу жолының тақырыбына Дон Жуан шығармасын алуды жөн көрдім. Осы көптеген еңбек жұмыстарда бұл шығарманың жанрлық ерекшелігі бірде роман эссе, новелла, поэма болып беріліп жатады. Осы әр сипаттамаларға түрліше терминдер келтіріледі. Осы орайда тақырыптың өзектілігі анықталды деген ойдамын. Ғылыми жұмыс мақсатына тарихи бастауы тереңде жатқан ағылшын әдебиетінің қазіргі дамуын зерттеу, сонымен қатар Джордж Байронның Дон Жуан шығармасының жанрлық ерекшелігін зерттеу болып табылады. Ғылыми жаңалығы Джордж Байрон ол қазақтың ұлы Абай секілді ағылшын әдебиетінің ұлы ақыны. Тіпті осы тұста Абайдың өзі айтып кеткендей, Пушкин ол орыстың, Гете немістің, ал осы Джордж Байрон ағылшын әдебиетінің ұлы ақыны. Байрон есімімен тек қана ағылшын әдебиеті емес, бүкіл 19-шы ғасырдағы әлем әдебиетінің дамуы байланыстырылады.
Дон Жуан бұл ұлы ағылшын ақынның, яғни Байронның өзіне тән ғана байроншылдық шығармасы емес, қорытынды шығармасы болып табылады. Енді жанр дегенге тоқтала кетсем, жанр дегеніміз өнердің барлық түрлерінде кездесетін тарихи қалыптасқан іште жүктелім жүйесі. Осы жанр ол бүкіл өнер саласында кездеседі. Мысалы, музыка өнерінде симфония, ән, күй, роман секілді жанрлар кездессе, ал бейнелеу өнерінде пейзаж, натюрморт, портрет секілді жанрлар кездеседі. Сол секілді әдебиетте де түрлі жанрлар бар. Ол мысалы айтыс, жыр, әңгіме, эпопея, роман, новелла секілді жанрлар. Енді басты тақырыпқа оралсам, ол Байронның Дон Жуан шығармасының жанрлық ерекшелігі. Осы шығарманы өзім оқып зерттей келе, бұл шығарманың жанрлық ерекшелігі поэма деген шешімге тоқталдым. Себебі неге десеңіздер, себебі бұл шығарманың талаптары, яғни поэма бұл шығарманың талаптары поэма талаптарына сай жазылған, яғни осы поэма мен романның айырмашылығы, ол поэма ол нақты бір өзінің сюжеті бар, өлең жолдарымен жазылған шығарма болса, ал роман ол өте ауқымды тақырыпты қозғайтын, көлемі 200-300 беттен асатын шығарма болып табылады. Ендігі кезекте осы шығарманың басты желісіне келсем, яғни сюжетін айта кетсем, бұл шығарманың басты кейіпкері әдебиеттің мәңгілік көркем бейнесі Дон Жуан кейіпкері, ол итальяндық кейіпкер. Осы кейіпкердің өмір тұсында 100-ден астам шығарма жазылған екен. Бұл Дон Жуан кейіпкері өзінің жүргіштігімен танымал болған кейіпкер десем де болады. Енді осы шығарманың желісі ол Байрон осы шығарманың басты кейіпкері ретінде Дон Жуан кейіпкерін алса да, ол өзінің өмірімен байланыстырып жазған шығарма болатын. Дон Жуан ол бала кезінде ақсақ бала болатын, оны анасы ақсақ балам деп айтатын, ал өзінің қатарлас достары оны ақсақ екенін кемсітетін. Уақыт өте келе өзінің жақсы көретін қызынан мен бұл ақсақты не істеймін деген сөзді есту ол үшін өте ауыр соққы болады. Өсе келе ол бүкіл әлем қауымынан көңілі қалды десем де болады. Сондықтан әр әйелдің артынан жүгіріп, жүрегін жаулап, тастап кете беретін болған. Енді келесі сұрақтарыңыз. Қорытындылар. Қорытындылай кетсем, көз тірісінде Байронның жаулары өте көп болды, және де осы Дон Жуан шығармасы, осы Джордж Байронның аяқталмай кеткен шығармасы болып табылады. Десе де, осы шығарма арқылы автор өзінің ақындық шеберлігін жақсы көрсете алды деп ойлаймын. Енді осы шығарманы оқуға әр оқушыға және де әр ата-анаға да кеңес берер едім. Себебі осы шығарманың берер тәрбиелік мәні мол деп аталамын.
Осы зерттеу жұмысыңызда қандай методика қолдандыңыз? Зерттеу методикасы. Метод.
Осы шығарманы мен орыс тіліне аударылған кітапты алып, оны оқып шықтым. Сонымен қатар одан бөлек көптеген әдебиет түрлері және де энциклопедия жинақтары қолданылды.
Қандай әдебиет түрлері энциклопедия қолдандыңыз? Атап өтіңізші.
Жұмыстың өзектілігі осы Дон Жуан шығармасы, бұл көптеген еңбектерде бұл шығарманың жанры әртүрлі болып келеді. Бірде роман эссе, бірде поэма, бірде новелла болып келеді. Осы түрліше сипаттамаларға, түрліше дәлелдер келтірілген орайда осы тақырыптың өзекті екені айқындалады.
Түсінікті. Ғылыми жаңалығын сіз неге зерттеуге?
Ғылыми жаңалығы ол Джордж Байрон, осы қазақтың ұлы абай секілді ағылшын әдебиетінің ұлы ақыны. Тіпті осы тұста абайдың өзі айта кеткен, Пушкин орыстың, Гете немістің, ал осы Джордж Байрон ағылшын әдебиетінің ұлы ақыны.
Жарайды, ол ұқсас екен бір-бірлеріне, сол ғылыми жаңалық бола ма? Қандай өзгеше ғылыми өз тарапыңыздан ұсыныңыз осы ғылыми зерттеуіңізде? Білесіз. Кішкене осы тарапынан ойланып көріңіз, рахмет. Ал біз толығымен аяқтадық. Енді
Ал балалар сәл енді шығып, жетекшілеріміз және баратын микрофондарымыз шешім қабылдап алсын. Өзіңіз әпкелеріңіз бар, шақырып алып келетін өздеріңіз. Бәріңіз бірге отырыңыздар дұрыс болады еді, шақырған кезде бірге сұрап.
Актовый зал.
Қазір